Welcome to the real world. What's up, guys? How we doing today? How's everybody doing? We have a bit of a different stream here today. We usually on Mondays we look at the midweek game week and we try and figure out where the good players are for the midweek and what are the good games to target. We're not doing that today. I've made the decision for the community, so hopefully you guys agree with it. I've made the decision for our community team that I think we've pretty much reached the end of the line with it. And with the new format coming into play, I think this weekend, well, technically not this weekend, but kind of this weekend, we need to adapt it. We need to rebuild. The under-23 team is just not working for us anymore. And I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to explain what we're going to do. So, yeah, I think it's time to mix it up. So this is going to be a stream of scouting, selling, hopefully a little bit of trading, and just trying to rebuild so that, fingers crossed, by the end of the stream, we actually have a new community team, which we're then feeling a lot more confident on that we can play this week, that will then start winning way better rewards for us, and we will be winning more regularly for us as well. Because the reason why that's going to be quite cool is that with the community team that we do on the channel, whatever it wins, we give away. So, yeah, we're going to do a bit of a rebuild here today, guys. Hello to Arthur. It is quite a nice day. Yeah, even where I am, it's quite nice, actually. Hello to Looking for Food, Noisy Steve, Big Merc, Twitch Gaming, Audris Fanagris. Love to see you guys back in here. How's everyone doing at the moment in Sorare? How's the weekend been for everyone? I mean, I kind of mentioned yesterday that my teams from the weekend on Sorare had a shocker, so we're not winning anything. But we did win something on Pooky. So we won about £2.60 on Pooky, which doesn't sound like a lot, right? But it's a hell of a lot more than what we won on Sorare. So I'm happy with it. However, we did not get a single exact score in the USA League for Pooky. So not one person who predicted my games in the USA League, not one person got a 100% correct score. So we're not giving away any limited cards to those guys that predicted for Pooky for me. Yeah, which is I'm really sad about. Let me just quickly bring it up so I can show you guys. Let's go to the subs list here, and then if we just tab across to The Pooky one here, all red. All rows are red. So everyone did not get an exact score. And I was really hoping we could at least give one limited card away. We had a couple of close calls on it. But yeah, we didn't get, from the 14 predictions that you guys made for me, we didn't get a 100% correct score. So yeah, we were not able to give a limited card away, unfortunately, guys. But I have a new system in place now. So when we get our energy refill tomorrow, I will open up a brand new free Tip Scout Fund coupon called Throw Your Hat in the Ring. And if you redeem that coupon, you can then secure your place on this predictions list here. And by doing that, it means then that you can make a prediction for most likely a game in the MLS for me. And then if you get that game 100% correct with the scoreline, then you're going to win a limited card. And you get to win a limited card that you can choose, right, from my gallery. I have like a set area, so it's not like choose every limited card from my gallery, but there's like a section, there's a list that I have cards that you guys can choose from. So yeah, we're going to be doing that from tomorrow. New routine whilst at the gym, listen to FTS. So cool, man. Thank you, Big Merc. And remember, don't skip leg day. Make sure you do it. Twitch Gaming won 6 Matic on Pooky in the Bundesliga and the European comps. That's a good return, man. It's really decent. Cobalt kind of killed me, but other boys got me a tier 4 from Cap 220, sorry, for Audris Vanagris. So congrats to you, man, on getting a tier 4. It's better than nothing. It's not super high, of course, but honestly, I would have taken a tier 4. We didn't win anything at all. My game week was shocking, mostly blaming Dan Petrescu, but also looking into new format and struggling to see the best option. This is looking for food. Hopefully today we can give you some good ideas about where to target, because, you know, we are going to be rebuilding for the new format. And then David C says, I got 1 correct score, Inter Miami 3-1, and I had my Inter sticker and got 769 points just on that one game alone. Wow, that is massive, man. He finished 36 overall. He won 3.5 Matic. Congrats to you. Big congrats, man, especially getting such a huge total on the Miami game. That's what it's all about. That's the thing. You only need to get like 1 score, 1 big score in Pooky. And then even if you just kind of do middling to okay with the rest of them, you can still finish quite high. I mean, a 36th finish when you didn't get any more than 1 exact score is incredible. So well done. And then Arthur won 1 Matic in the Serie A. You won something then. Love to hear it. Yeah. So let's just dive it back into the main screen here. Yeah, so if we go on to Pooky really quickly, I was just showing you how it looked in the spreadsheet, but let's also just show you how it looked in the game on Pooky, or not the German League. Going to the USA League here. So yeah, we can see here that we did not get a single exact score. So unfortunately, we can't give away those limited cards, but hopefully this week we can. Good effort from everyone though. Like, at least what you can see is that we did pick up points from most of the games. There were only 3 games actually where we didn't get any points at all. So pretty good effort from everyone to at least get the predictions there or thereabouts, right? The games that we didn't get anything from were DC United, Inter Miami, Sounders, Colorado, and then Minnesota, LAFC. And even with that, even though we didn't get any exact scores and we only missed out on points in 3 games, it wasn't enough for us to get into the top 50%. Look, in order for us to have got into the top 50%, we needed to finish in 80th position. We finished 89th, so we just missed out. $15 points away from... hold on a minute. Brez is winning a tier 2 from Cap 270. Well happy with St. Pauli stack this season. Good day all, by the way. Hello to Brezza. And then 15 points away from our reward in under 23. My captain lost his assist as the defender scored an OG before the striker could tap it in. Oh, no. Rodon, captained an All-Star, should have had a pen, was at the match. Okay. 30 points away from a Tier 2 in All-Star Limited. Damn. Pretty good, though, that, you at least want a Tier 3, though. In All-Star. The points total in under 23 was really high this weekend. We might as well talk about that now because, of course, we're going to be rebuilding our under 23 team. We go into the Sorare results here. Okay. So this is how I done from the weekend. You can see that we haven't won anything. Boo-hoo. It's just one of those game weeks. But the lineup that we're concerned with is the under 23, which is, where's it gone? There. Yeah. So this under 23 team, I've essentially cancelled it now because I have got all of our players up for sale, all of our under 23 players up for sale. And we've even sold Lovro Magic already, which I'll show you guys in a minute. You can see that we got 313.10 points in the under 23 this weekend. And we needed an additional 70 points, basically, to get a Tier 5. So we needed essentially 383 points to even get the low-end bottom range reward, which would have been a 60p card. It was insanely competitive, insanely high scoring in under 23. Under 23 is probably one of the most competitive competitions anyway. And then when it's even more high scoring in one game week, and you see how far away you are from winning anything, and that's just winning anything, that's not even winning something that's really worth winning, it just really drives it home. A mixture of how tough it is in Sorare at times, and also how the current existing format is just a little bit of a pain to work with. And it was high scoring, so even if we'd have smashed like a 380, even if we'd had like really good scoring from Smolcic and from Christoph Lang, guys, we would have still be giving away a 60p reward. And that's really not what I want to do with a community team. I don't want to be giving away 60p rewards. What's the point? Do you know what I mean? We've given the under 23 team a load of chances now, a load of opportunities. We've had this team, we've done this under 23 community team for the last 9 months or so. We originally put £100 into the game. Well, I did. I put £100 into the game, and then we then built the team together as a community. And then we rebuilt it after, I think, 3 months because we weren't quite getting the results that we were hoping for. We rebuilt it into this, and to be honest with you, we still haven't really been able to win too much. And I'm going to show you exactly what we've won over the last 9 months with the under 23 team, okay? Because it's not good. It's not good at all. So you can see here, the last time we won an under 23 reward was we got 402.34 points in game week 433. And we won this guy here, Cheong Seong Hoon. This guy is worth 57p. 56, 57p. This was the reward we got when we got 400 points in game week 433. We gave it away, of course. I wasn't really happy with this reward at all. I wanted us to win something more. It wasn't a tier 5, actually. It was a tier 4, but it was a really poor tier 4. Okay? Then, the last time before that we won anything in under 23 was this card here. This was another tier 4. This was a Luca Kronberger, where we came 562nd in game week 403, and we got 361.82 points. And this guy is worth 30p, and he's not even really playing. So again, we gave this card away. I didn't really want to be giving this, I don't want to give these types of players away. I want us to win better players than this, right? But this is who we won, okay? I don't think we won another under 23 reward before that. Yeah, we didn't. Those were the only 2 rewards that we've won in under 23 in about 9 months' time. We put £100 into the game, and that is basically the return that we've got from £100. 2 players that effectively are worth about £1 combined. It's been pretty crap. Really, really crap. And I think this weekend was the straw which broke the camel's back for me. The fact that, yeah, sure, it was a high-scoring game week, but realistically, even if it wasn't a high-scoring game week, we're going to need to be scoring like 420, 430, maybe even more than that to win a reward that we can give out to the to the community, an under 23 reward that's actually going to feel worth winning. And it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. Now, one of the things that we could have done a little bit differently when we originally built this is we could have fully committed to a stack where rather than having a goalkeeper from a different team compared to our defenders and our midfielders and having a different forward and having, we have so many different players from different teams, right? What we could have done is we could have just stacked with one team, and then that might have actually increased the amount of times that we would have won. I'll be honest with you, though. I think we got really hard done by. I think we've got good players here. I think we are a victim of the existing format in Sorare, and we're also a victim of the prices being driven down to the bottom in Sorare. Because the existing format that we have in Sorare doesn't really reward you that well unless you can get tier 2s, tier 3s, right? And in order to get those, you need to, most of the time, be getting 420, 430 points, which is kind of unrealistic to do a lot of the time, unless you have spent crazy amounts of money in the game and you've literally bought the best under 23 players. Now, when we built our team, £100 we spent on limited players sounds like a lot today, but at the time, that was actually kind of a reasonable amount. Like, that was still kind of cheapish. It wasn't super cheap, so it wasn't like minimal budget. It was a nice range, a nice amount of money that would allow us to build a team with good quality. But of course, we didn't have the funds to go out and buy the best, the top under 23 players, okay? The problem is that when we bought that under 23 team 9 months ago, and we were competing in under 23, what happens when the price of all the under 23 players and just all players are continually going down? What that means is that as we have played the under 23 team more and more and more, we've actually had less and less chance to win because the prices of players have been continually declining, which then means that more and more managers in Sorare have been able to afford the better players in under 23, right? Whereas we were only able to afford reasonable scorers in under 23. Lots more managers today are able to buy the way better scorers for way cheaper than what we could. And so the minimum amount of points that's needed to even really get into good card positions, and also the minimum amount of points that you need to even get tier 5s now has been creeping up and up and up in under 23. So I think we're a victim of like the format in Sorare and how it's just not really worked. And that's, of course, why they're redoing the format. And I think we've also been a victim of just the poor supply-demand imbalance in the game. So I've decided that we're going to rebuild the team. We're not going to rebuild it for under 23. What we're going to do is we're going to sell all the under 23 players that we bought. for this community team. And we're then going to use that money to go and buy 4 new in-season MLS cards and then 1 classic card. And then what we're going to do is we're then going to enter that MLS team this weekend into the special weekly, because this is the opening weekend where the special weekly starts, right? Game week 461. We're going to have 3 game weeks where we can play in the MLS special weekly with that team and hopefully win some good cash from it as well. Any cash that we do win, we're then going to use to go and buy the players that you want, right? And we're then going to go and give those players away, okay? Now, in the MLS special weekly, because it's only cash rewards, even if we finish down here, look, even if we finish in the bottom range of this special weekly, okay, we would still win way more than what we're currently winning in the under 23 team. So remember, under 23, if we finish at the bottom end, we're going to get a tier 5. That card is worth 60p. If we finish at the bottom end in the MLS special weekly, we're going to win $5, and that $5 allows us potentially to go out and buy 5 players or 10 players, right? We can buy lots more players with this cash, which then allows us to give out lots more cards to you guys than we can if we just win a 60p card from playing under 23. And you can see that it gets better and better after each game week. It's only running for 3 game weeks, okay? But game week 461 starts at $5 minimum. Then in 463, it goes up to $7. And then in the last game week, the minimum that we could potentially win is $8 in there. Of course, we've got the potential to win even more than that as well if we have like a really good game week in Sorare in the MLS Special Weekly. Now, to compete in the MLS Special Weekly, we don't actually need 4 new season cards, right? We only need 3. Okay, so why are we buying 4? Well, we might as well buy 4 because when this ends after game week 465, the new format is going to be in play, right? And the new format requires you, if you want to compete for cash rewards in the in-season competitions, the new format requires you to have 4 in-season cards. So that's why we're going to get 4 new MLS cards, and then we're going to have 1 classic card as well. Yeah, I know, Graham, but I've just explained it now. We basically want to have a team that we don't just build for 3 game weeks, but then we can use going forward as the community team in the new format. And we're going to need 4 in-season cards to compete in the new format. So what we're going to do today is we're going to sell our cards here. We have just sold Lovro Magic. So Lovro Magic we've just sold for... we had him up listed for, I think it was £7. Yeah, and we've sold him for £7, which is, it's okay. I don't remember how much we bought him for. Yeah, look, we bought him for £11.50, so we make a little bit of a loss on him. And to be honest with you, we're probably going to make a loss on a load of our players here. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter anymore. We've made continual losses with the under-23 team, so what's the difference of making more losses now? So we've got the rest of our players up. Let's go back to it. If anybody actually wants to buy these players, then buy them. Okay. All the players that I have here, they're all up listed for the cheapest on the market. So if anybody wants them, feel free to buy them now, cheapest on the market. If you can't afford the list price, but you can make me a decent offer for any one of these players here, then I'm likely to accept it as well. So we have Sander Tangvik, Leonard Mosa, Ivan Smolcic, Christoph Lang, Odilon Kostanu, Tony Fruk, Nico Jankovic, and then Kilian Corridor. They're all really decent players, actually. And yeah, we want to try and sell them all today so that once we've got all the money from it, we can then go and start to buy the players that we want for the new rebuild. What do you reckon, guys? Does it sound good? Do you think it's a good decision to do? to switch from under 23 community team to start building for the new format? I'm also really keen to hear what players or teams you think we should rebuild with. That's probably another reason why it didn't really work for us in under 23 as well, is that when we actually built the under 23 team, we done it before the collections game kicked in. And then Sorare added the collections into the game, which made it even more difficult, really, for us to compete because we don't actually really have much of a collection bonus going on with these players here. What I'm actually thinking is that when we rebuild for the MLS Special Weekly, I think that we should try and focus on just trying to build a team, a lineup from one MLS team. So at least we can try and squeeze out, even if it's just a couple of percent in the collection bonus. That could be the difference between us winning and missing out. I'm looking to sell my lead stack and a few fringe shortly as well, says Big Merc. David says, I nearly had a first place in French League kickoff. That insane PSG game knocked me down from first to fifth. It's really nice, but also really annoying. It's very nice to have fifth, though, yeah. Good effort, man. Okay. Let's do some scouting. Yeah, I was thinking about Cincinnati. The only thing I don't really like about Cincinnati is I don't really like their forward that they have, the new forward that's come in to replace Brandon Vasquez, Corey Baird. And I also don't like Sergio Santos either. So I don't mind Cincinnati. I think they're pretty good, actually. But I really don't like Corey Baird. I don't like Sergio Santos here. Just don't think they're good enough, to be brutally honest. They're not good enough. I'll say that now. They're not. Santos isn't good enough. Corey Baird's not good enough. Not really. I've said before, I said at the start of the season, this guy's going to be a flop for Cincinnati. He is not a good enough replacement for someone like Brandon Vasquez. And so far, he's proved me right. He's just been awful. But he hasn't even scored. So, guy's a big flop, which is probably the reason why I wouldn't want to build for Cincinnati. I would have done it last year when they had Vasquez, Barriol. But now that Barriol's even gone, it's another reason not to do it. Not in my opinion, anyway. Are you going to compete in the upcoming match day of MLS already with the team? What you mean this weekend? What, for game week 461? Because we will try and we'll obviously do it for this weekend. Yeah, we'll do it for this weekend. So that's why I want to, if needs be, guys, I want to try and sell these players to you. Okay, because if I can sell these players to you guys, then you get good players, right? At really cheap prices, and then we can try and maximize the amount of money we can then put towards building this community team, which then allows us to have a good team to try and win rewards for you guys. If it comes down to it, I will sell these players to bots, but I really don't want to do it. I want that to be like a last resort, and much prefer to sell them to human managers, but ideally, you guys in the community. Yeah, it is a little bit tricky, isn't it? Because it's international as well. Yeah, it's tricky, but I think we can work around it. I think we'll keep an eye on it. Hello to Mark as well, Mark Gork. Oh, that's pretty cool. Let's have a little look. Here's the list of international call-ups that will miss the next weekend, put together by Ratchinator in the MLS Fantasy Boss Discord. It's pretty useful, yeah. Really good. So thank you for that, Twitch Gaming. We'll keep that in mind. Right. What teams is everyone thinking we should really try and focus on here for game week 461? So game week 461 this weekend. These are some of the matchups which are happening. So we'll look at some of the matchups here. And then we could also look at them for 463, 465 as well. So why don't we bring that up? I think it's important that when we do this rebuild, we try and think about a team outside of these 3 game weeks as well. So one that's going to be good for the longer term. Because after the MLS Special Weekly, we then want to try and use this team to win us more new season cards or even cash, actually, which would be great. Okay. That's 463 and this is 461. Okay, so let's take a look at the fixtures then. So fixtures are taking place on Saturday and Sunday. New York Red Bulls versus Inter. New England versus Chicago. Charlotte versus Columbus. Okay. Vancouver versus Real Salt Lake. So Demir Greilax going up against his old club. Toronto against Atlanta. Toronto are doing okay at the moment. Orlando against Austin. Cincinnati versus New York. And then on Sunday, we have St. Louis City versus DC, Sporting KZ, LA, Colorado, Houston, LAFC, Nashville, and San Jose Earthquakes versus Seattle, Portland versus Philadelphia. Honestly, I think Columbus Crew, you can pick up their 3rd choice goalkeeper since the 2 others are away. Yeah, but the problem with that, Wistomania, is that we do it for those 2 game weeks and then we're screwed. I don't want to do that. Because we need to be looking at picking up people for the long term as well. But it's a good shout in a way, but it's not something I think we'd do. Austin looks good for later game week with the bigger prizes as well. So Aldris is talking about game week 465 here, where Austin have a home game against San Jose Earthquakes, right? Which is a good fixture for them. And then in game week 463, Austin have a home game against Dallas. Dallas have been actually quite poor so far. They lost at home this weekend, 3-1, which I thought was really surprising. I was not expecting that at all. So I don't know what's going on with Dallas there. They've started really slow. How much is the budget for the team? We don't have one at the moment because we haven't sold our players yet. If we were to sell all of our players for what we have them listed up for, I think we would probably have a budget of around 45 to 50 pounds. Yeah. But at the moment, we don't have like an actual fixed budget for now. We've only got a little bit of a budget for Match Kick. I'm definitely not going to be spending this at the moment because I want to make sure we can sell these first before we start spending. Because this is the money that we put in for the community team. Yeah, because the goalkeeper is going to be the most expensive. The goalkeeper is going to be that 1 classic card. So I said we're going to get 4 new in season, and then we're going to get 1 classic. The classic's going to be the goalkeeper to keep the cost down. Austin's actually not a bad shout. Because even in, game week 461, who do they have in game week 461? So they have Orlando away, which is a little bit tricky. But Austin as a team overall is really not too bad to look at. Oh, hello. The one thing that I don't like about Austin is that, again, I think forward line's a little bit weak. They do have Diego Rubio, who they picked up recently. He's actually pretty good. He's a little bit injury prone, but he's not a bad goal scorer at all. It's pretty good, actually. And he's just got, from the looks of it, his first goal for Austin. He doesn't have like a new 2024 MLS card because he's a recent transfer. But technically, I think we could use this card, no? Thing is, though, they're probably going to be minting a new Diego Rubio. But this is his in season at the moment, surely, because there's no other new card for him. It's not bad. It's not a bad shout, Austin, because I do think that they have some players that we could look at that are kind of useful. Droisy, who's out injured. How much is he? Look at that. Droisy's only £7.62 now. His new season cards are going for a lot more. They're going for around £20. So he would be an expensive pickup if we were going to look at Austin, but he'd be a very good pickup, though. He actually made a bench appearance, so it looks like he's returning now. Yeah, we could look at them. So you will go with the old season goalkeeper? Yeah, we would. Yeah. The classic card will be the position that we fill in here. I like LA Galaxy too, Pirek, yeah. So LA Galaxy, I really like them too. And I like some of the new purchases that they've made. Who did LA Galaxy have? In Game Week 461, Sporting KZ away. And then, let's bring it back here. In Game Week 463, they have Seattle at home. And then in Game Week 465, they have LAFC. I remember that one, away. So I actually quite like them, but I think they have a really tricky 3 game weeks in the MLS Special Weekly. Probably after that, it's a little bit better. I do think they're a good team to be investing in. Like Mickey Yamain, I think is great. They've got Delgado, they've got Riqui, Paintsil. They have good options. That they'd be a little bit expensive though. Don't know whether we'd be able to afford them. Like we could definitely get an old season card of John McCarthy for probably about a tenner. Let's have a quick search as well. Let's just have a look to see who is actually, if we start with a goalkeeper. No, it's going to be an MLS team, not under 23. We're basically scrapping the under 23 and we're just going to rebuild it into an MLS team. Yeah, Brooks Lennon's great. Here we go, MLS, and let's look for the goalkeeper here. Let's do a filter. Okay. So let's filter by floor and ascending. Okay. And then probably what we want to do here is we do want to have, because we're looking for a classic card, I think we could probably go up to 15, but we wouldn't really want to spend 15 if we didn't need to on a classic MLS starting goalkeeper. I'm expecting that we're going to find the likes of Brad Guzan who's going to be one of the cheapest starting goalkeepers that we could consider, along with Brad Stuver. That you can see here. It's not really one to look at. Sean Johnson was a pretty good option to look at, but he's injured. So he's missed the last 2 games now, which is a shame for him. Was also looking at their fixtures as well. Their fixtures are okay, but this is a little bit tricky, actually, against Atlanta. You can see here we've got Brad Guzan. Then we've got Joe Willis here. Joe Willis, to be fair, you know, at £7.62 is pretty good. Brad Guzan, who I've been saying I really don't think we should be building with. We could look at Atlanta. Like, they have Toronto in 4-6-1. Then they have a home game against Chicago, who have been all over the place defensively. And then they've got New York City FC in game week 4-6-5. Max budget's a tenner. Realistically, a tenner. Yeah. I mean, personally, for me, I wouldn't want to buy Brad Guzan because I've said countless times in the stream, I wouldn't touch him. But he is the type of starting goalkeeper that we could get because he's quite cheap. We've also got Tim Melia. There's Stuver there. We've got Daniel as well. Pedro Gulli. So you can see why I don't really want to spend more than a tenner because we've already got a load of good goalkeepers here for around the £10 mark. Got Steve Clark in there for £12.69. You can see here, look. Basically a starting goalkeeper you can get in the MLS for less than 15 quite easily. Now. Yeah. I mean, I like Stuver too because I have already got him. I think he's a good goalkeeper. What teams is everybody thinking that we should maybe look at? Like, this is a community team, so I don't want to dictate here. I feel like I'm almost giving too many options here. You guys tell me. This is your team. Like, what teams? Just give me a name, give me a team, not like a goalkeeper, but give me the one team that you guys all think that I should focus on, because we are pretty much going to focus on one team when we rebuild this here. So what team do you think that we should rebuild for the community team? Drop the team name in the chat if you can, please. Pyrrhic says you could afford Houston. Okay, yeah. Get the best 5 without Herrera. How much is Herrera these days, though? £9.31, but his new season card would probably be 3 times that or double that, wouldn't it? Oh, he doesn't have a new season card yet at the moment. Interesting. Seattle says Brezar. Arthur says Minnesota, LA. Just one, please. Not 3, just 1. So out of those 3, what's the one team that you think we should focus on? Yeah, they do. Yeah, we actually built a team for Kansas live on the stream, mainly Kansas, and it was kind of expensive. And then Tistil likes Galaxy. Pyrrhic reckons we should go with the full Houston team. Ibrahim's actually been doing a lot better, but Ibrahim, I'm still a little bit unsure whether he's actually going to be giving, because look, he doesn't really have much AA. We almost need a forward that can explode to this range, and he doesn't really seem to be able to do it. That would be the only thing that would put me off Houston, if I'm honest with you. I don't think this guy can hit scores of 80 and 90 and 100. A lot of you guys are saying Seattle. So if we looked at Seattle, so Seattle in game week 461 have an away game to San Jose Earthquakes, and then in 463 they have an away game to LA Galaxy, and then in 465 they have a home game to Montreal. So slightly tricky fixtures for the next three, but a good team though. No, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the shout of Houston because they've obviously got a really good goalkeeper. They've got a couple of defenders that I think are pretty useful too. Their midfield's pretty decent as well. I don't think they have a good forward line. And Ibrahim, who seems to be their main forward at the moment, I just don't think he has the scoring that is going to help us to win potentially some of the higher prizes here. Yeah, we could do a defensive plus attacking stack, Scuds, but I think the way that the game's gone now is that in this type of competition too, I think if you do that, then you are going to be at a disadvantage to do it, to play this competition, because you almost need to have as many from the same team as possible, in my opinion, to edge out and squeeze a few more points out from the collection bonus. So I would prefer it if we got 5, because even with 5 players, we're not going to get a huge collection bonus, right? But it's better than getting nothing. And if we done like a split stack where we had a few defenders from one team or a few players from one team and then a few attackers from the other team, we're not really going to get a collection bonus. I do think it's actually probably quite useful in not only this tournament, but also the new format as well. There seems to be a lot of love for Seattle. If we go back to our search here, Stefan Fry is injured at the moment, but I think he's expected to come back soon, no? Seattle has an unsure goalkeeper situation. I don't think they have an unsure goalkeeper situation. At the moment, Fry's injured, right? But when Fry's fit again, he's the number 1. He'll play. He is the clear number 1, Stefan Fry. It just means that if we looked at him, we'd have to look at getting him so that after the international break, he comes in. The thing is, though, is that I don't think he's going to be fit enough to play, is he? For game week 461. That's the only problem with Seattle, and I wouldn't go and buy the backup goalkeeper of Thomas here. He's going to be too expensive. He's £11 here. He's doing well. He's doing very good, but he'll be benched when Fry's back. Let's have a little look at the update from Twitch Gaming here. Thank you for that, man. Yeah. So this was posted on March the 15th. On the upcoming home game against Rapid. So, hold on a minute.
That not putting pressure.
Win games until playoffs when you're one and done. There's internal pressure. There's external pressure from media, from X, places like that. Most of the time, it's always people, human beings, good pros, feel it internally first. So, it'd be good for them to get that off their back.
Health-wise, we see Steph here. I did not see Joao. Is there any new updates on either guy?
Steph's looking good, but we'll hold him out one more game.
Yeah, that's Stefan Fry there, isn't it?
On a daily basis. Albert's in full, Yaimar's in full. Reed's still working off the side.
So they didn't want to play Stefan Fry this weekend.
What was the issue with
Which they didn't.
Hamstring injury.
It was a hamstring.
But then Stefan Fry is probably going to be back this weekend, isn't he? From what I understand.
The U23 roster came out. Was there any conversations with Josh as far as his potentially getting called in?
Interesting. Okay.
I think
Game week 4-6-1. Nashville have a horrible game. 4-6-3, also horrible. And then 4-6-5, it's not that great, but it's okay. There was a bit of a shout for Minnesota in the chat. Who do Minnesota have? Minnesota in game week 4-6-3. They have Philadelphia. In 4-6-5, they have Real Salt Lake. And in 4-6-1, they have... Do they not have a game in 4-6-1? Don't think they do they? If they don't, then we definitely wouldn't look at them. No, they don't. Look, they've only got a game in 4-6-3, 4-6-5. Yeah, so they're out. Minnesota are out. New England, we haven't really talked about, which is unusual because New England are actually pretty good. Why have we not talked about New England yet? Are they also a team that doesn't have a game in 4-6-1? Okay. They do. But then they don't have a game in 4-6-3. Okay, because they're playing in the Champions League. Okay. So that wouldn't work either. Look at Carlos Shield. He's only like £50. It's really good in limited. Like New England are actually a team that I kind of like. They're definitely not as strong as what they used to be, but we could probably build them on the cheap. But yeah, we wouldn't do it now that they don't have a game in 4-6-3. You like New York City FC too? I don't. I wouldn't want us to build with them. No. Not really. One of the reasons for that is that New York City FC, I don't think they have a good forward line, frankly. I think their defense is pretty weak as well. Midfielders are okay. Thiago Martins is actually someone that I quite like. He's good. But this guy here, Rizza's shit. Kevin O'Toole has his moments. It's not good. Personally, I don't think. I think they've done very well, actually, to beat Toronto. They're quite good at home. Just don't think they've got a good team, really. So I wouldn't like us to build them for that. New York Red Bulls, for me, would be also probably a no. Who does Charlotte have? Charlotte in 4-6-1. Charlotte have, okay, so Columbus and then 4-6-3. You've got another home game, but this time against Cincinnati. And then in 4-6-5, They're not playing. Oh, they are playing. They're playing again away to New England. Ugh. Not great. LAFC, to be fair, is one that we haven't really talked about, but probably we haven't talked about them because, yeah, Hugo Lloris is too expensive. He's £23. And that's his old, that's his classic card as well. Damn. That's rough. No, we're not splitting it up. We're doing one team for the collection bonus. I think the collection bonus is going to be too important to not have in the new format. So if we split the teams up into attacking and defensive stacks, we don't get a collection bonus doing it. And that 1 or 2% is going to be vital, I think. Okay. LAFC's out then as well. New York Red Bulls, I think, is out. Yeah, this is out. St. Louis City. Not a huge fan. Who have they got? DC United at home, Salt Lake away, then Dallas. Don't really like them. Don't think they're that good. Especially defensively. Yeah, that's not gonna be good enough. That team. Not really. No. Okay. We're probably looking at Seattle, aren't we? I mean, we didn't talk about Orlando. Like, technically, Orlando could be one that we look at too. You can see that Pedro Galice is at a bit of a shocker here, but even in the defeat, he actually scored pretty well again. They don't have a game in 465. Okay, that's out of the question too then. So they're out. Bono, DC United, probably out. Probably, not definitely. $461, $463, $465. Oh, away games to St. Louis and Columbus is not the one at all. I'm not also a big fan of Bono either. I know he done kind of okay last season, but yeah, I really don't like their defense at all. I don't think that's good enough for our community team. Did we say LA Galaxy was out or in? I think we said it was in, didn't we? But the slight issue with LA Galaxy is whether we'd be able to afford to put them together because they're going to be expensive. We've also got a tricky fixture in the last game. How much is Delgado? £5.93 for Delgado. That could work. I mean, that's his old card. His new cards have been going for what? Oh, £20. Damn. Okay. And he'd probably be one of the cheaper options in the midfield. Yeah, he would. Look, Riqui's already really high. Oh. That is going to be too expensive, isn't it? I don't think we want to build for real Salt Lake, if I'm honest with you. I mean, to be fair, we could. But probably you as a community would love for us to have Zach McMath, wouldn't you? Given that you know I don't like him. But look, he was on the bench there. Why did he get benched? Does anyone know? He got benched after a score of 100 in the last game and keeping a clean sheet against LAFC. Bit bizarre. Look at that team. That's not a good team. That's a horrible team. That's not good. What was the team that... Okay, so they beat them 3-0, didn't they? Because it was on the snow. But apart from that, let's take that. That's a bit of a random game. That's like a freak game. They then played St. Louis City. They produced a pretty good score here. Brody, Justin Glad, Jada, Pablo Ruiz is in there. I say it's not a good team. It's not bad, but I'm not bowled over by it. God, look how cheap he is, Pablo Ruiz, right now with a knee injury. He's probably out for a while, isn't he, with a knee injury? He was actually a pretty good scorer last season. Okay. At the moment, I've got to say, it's probably looking more and more likely that we commit to an Austin team or we go with a Seattle team. What's their fixture list again for game week 461? So they have Earthquakes away, Galaxy away, and then Montreal at home. And then Austin had San Jose Earthquakes. Orlando away, Dallas at home, then Earthquakes at home. Okay. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But then what's the point? What's the point in like giving us a different goalkeeper to not have a defensive stack? Do you know what I mean? Like, we might as well, it's more beneficial to have the goalkeeper from the same team. If you're going to build with 4 players from the same team, but then you do a different goalkeeper, that's not really the best way to do that. The better stack is to do like the same players defensively from the same team and then like different players but from the same attacking team. If you're going to split the stack up, you don't really have 4 players from the same team, but then a goalkeeper from a different team. What about Houston with a different team forward? No, for the same reasons. Yeah, for the same reasons. It doesn't make sense to have 4 players from the same team and then 1 player from a completely different team. It not only can it's just not optimal. It's not optimal to do it like that. So I think what we're going to do for the community team is if we can sell them, I think we will probably commit to Austin or Seattle. Those are the only teams at the moment that I can see that have relatively good fixtures in all 3 of the game weeks for the MLS Special Weekly. They've got pretty good players as well. And they're players that I think could help us to win long term in the new format. What's our budget, Pirek? What is our budget? We don't really know what our budget is at the moment because we've not really sold anyone yet. So we could afford Seattle with a budget that we have. We could do it. We don't know realistically until we've actually sold our players. And it also, of course, depends on the players we get as well. I feel like Tafari as a defender will do well for Dallas this season. Yeah, we're selling under 23. If you want them, Ligma, they're there. They should be the cheapest on the market. They were when I listed them up. We're going to use this money to rebuild for an MLS in-season team. Yes, that's cheapest on the market there. I've also got Killian at the cheapest as well. Could drop Killian a little bit more, actually, I think. Let's put Killian at £4. Which is a shame that we have to do that because he's in really good form, but his price is on the decline with his season getting close to the end. All right, so I think we'll put it out to a vote soon, what team we're going to probably commit to. At the moment, I'm thinking we have Austin in the mix, which I think is definitely one team we will consider. The other team I think we should consider is Seattle. Let's go back here as well. Where's our search? Here we go. Yeah, so with the budget that we're probably going to have, although it's not set in stone at the moment, I think we can probably look at the likes of Austin, Seattle here. And these are teams that I like as well. I think they're pretty solid. Give me two other teams that we should realistically look at, guys. And then what we can maybe do is we could put it out to a vote in a poll. In fact, we could probably get a couple of extra teams in there. Yeah, Orlando, I don't mind that shout at all. The only thing with Orlando that we discovered is that they don't actually have a game in 465. So that game week, the last game week in the MLS Special Weekly where the prizes are really high, we won't be able to use them, which is kind of why they're out of the question. Because we want to try and we need to basically have a team where we can maximize the game weeks in the MLS Special Weekly. Yeah, if they had a game in game week 465, Graham, then definitely I think we'd look at them. No, not Minnesota. They don't have a game in game week 461. Yeah, so again, we need to kind of have it's a good shout, but we need to have a team that we can enter into every game week here in the Special Weekly. So Minnesota and Orlando are out. Yeah, Houston, there was, to be fair, yeah, there was a big call for Houston, wasn't there? So we probably need to look at them and add them in. I'm happy to do that. So yeah, we can add them into the mix. So we've got Austin, Seattle Sounders, sorry. And then we can add Houston into the mix as well. Steve Clark's a little bit more than £10 in his classic card, but not too much more. So we have 3. Let's go for another 2 teams here that we could consider. Because then we can put a poll out. Steve Clark's got that. Steve Clark's got that kind of like that redneck look, isn't he? He's got that weird redneck hair going on. Is Portland in? Portland hasn't been mentioned so far. No, it hasn't been mentioned. We could look at them, I guess, if they have a game in every game week. I mean, they could be a little bit expensive. 461, 463, 465. Sure. The old season card of Maxime Croupeau's a little bit high at £17. And the reason why that's important is because we are going to buy a goalkeeper as the classic card to try and keep the cost down, because the goalkeeper is the most expensive position to really buy in Sorare still. And so if his old season card is £17, then it probably means that a lot of the new season cards that we're then going to want, we won't be able to afford. Also, if we were going to do Portland, then who would we do? Because I feel like you can't do Portland without Evander. Evander's new season card is what? Evander's new season card's around £24. Holy shit. 24 to 30 pounds. That's like a lot. And you really can't do Portland without Evander. He's like essential. So good shout technically, but I don't think we'll be able to afford to do it because of the cost of the classic card for them, for their goalkeeper, and then also Evander, who we're going to need to have if we want to run it, because you don't run a Portland team without Evander. We won't be able to afford it, probably. I think even to do like a Portland, you'd maybe need like £100 actually. I think we're realistically going to have around 50. We could maybe stretch it to 60 if I threw a little bit more extra money into this team, but I really don't want to. Yeah, would we do Real Salt Lake though? Like, I feel like Real Salt Lake is too dodgy. I mean, Zach McMath has got benched in the last game, but surely he's going to be back for the next one. They can't be running Beavers as the number one. Can't. I mean, Zach McMath is bad enough, but surely they don't run Beavers as the number one. But like, we're asking for trouble if we target a team where the goalkeeper position, like that there should be a warning sign for us. Because it's not even like he's done anything bad, I don't think, McMath. We almost need to be targeting a team where the number one goalkeeper is the number one and won't be changed at all. And I don't like what's going on with that at all. I mean, we wanted to look at John McCarthy and LA Galaxy, didn't we? But we kind of, well, hold on a minute. Is it possible? No, it's not possible, is it? Yeah, we looked at these guys here, the midfielders that they've got. Even Brugman's going to be too expensive, I think. His new season card in limited is £20. Wow. Very good player, though. Really consistent. Okay, so I don't see many more options. So what we'll do is we'll just decide from the ones we've got, which are Austin, Seattle, Houston. We'll decide from those three then. So let me put a poll together. Kansas, we have not been given yet. I think that's probably not a bad shout because we know that they have very good forwards. Defensively, not so great, but they have a goalkeeper that's really cheap, Tim Melia, in the Classic. And then we could actually pair him up with somebody like, what's his name? Got his damn name. Fontas, isn't it? He didn't play. I think he's injured, isn't he, Fontas? But they've got a couple of others. This guy is actually pretty useful. Jack Davis is not bad. But I don't mind the shout. Probably the problem that we might have with that is that if we were going to get a new season card of, say, because with Sporting KZ, you need to have two forwards, right? So you either need to have Shaloy or Pulido, or Shaloy and Russell, or Russell and Pulido. That could be a little bit pricey. But I actually don't mind that shout. And I think when we look at the fixtures that they've got as well, let's have a quick look here. So game week 4-6-1, they have Galaxy at home, then Toronto away, then Portland at home. The two home games there are pretty useful. Yeah, I like Kansas as well. I don't have Pulido anymore. I used to have him, but I don't have him anymore. I sold him. we're gonna add it. We're gonna add Sporting KZ into the mix there. So at the moment we have Sporting KZ, Houston, Seattle, and Austin. That's probably enough, I think. Steve Byrne, you legend. Thank you so much, man. Hey, FTS, how are things? How did your Sorare weekend go? The less we say about it, the better, basically. Mine's been awful. Almost happy that it is a slow midweek for me as well. Thank you again, Steve Byrne, for the sub and the incredible support over 11 months. And yeah, sorry to hear you had a terrible game week. The same for me. And I think there's a few in the chat that also had the same, man. So yeah, keep plugging away though. All right, let's get a poll going. So this is kind of an important one. If you just tuned in and you don't know what we're doing, we are currently rebuilding our under 23 team. And our under 23 team is a community team. So we built it as a community and then you guys pick it every week. And I've just decided there's no point us doing this anymore for under 23. It's not delivering the scoring that we need. It's not delivering the rewards that we want when it does hit the scores that get us into the rewards. And it's just not giving good returns. I'd love it if we could build a different team, mix things up a little bit, and then hopefully try and win more in terms of the rewards value, which we can then put towards more cards that we can give out. Like, there's no point us winning 60p rewards when we could potentially win cash in the new format that allows us then to go and buy more cards with that, and then we can give away more to the community. So that's what we're doing. We're rebuilding at the moment. And you guys need to make a decision on whether we, what team we focus on building a stack for with this rebuild, because we are going to stack with the team. Okay. So which team do we rebuild for the community team, or rebuild with, I guess? Okay. And the options are Austin, Seattle, then who was the other one? Austin, Seattle, and then Houston, wasn't it? And then it was Sporting KZ. Okay. Yeah, we're going for a full stack. Yeah, we're going for a full stack. I think that is honestly going to be a better way for us to hit the rewards, guys. Right. You guys have 2 minutes to vote on this poll. Please vote for it, or vote for one team, right? The reason why I'm asking for you to vote is that this is a community team. So again, we're going to be putting this team into the new format, into the MLS Special Weekly, first of all, and then into the new format. And then whatever it wins, we're going to give away. So we want to build a team that we think can be great. And if you really want us to pick a specific team, this is your chance to have a say. You can also give yourselves additional votes with your free Tip Scout Fund coupons, okay? So if you see the vote going in a way that you don't like, and you're like, okay, it's going to Houston, I don't want Houston, I really want us to rebuild this community team with Austin or Seattle or whoever it is, right? You can try and sway the vote more to your liking by giving yourselves additional votes, right? So, feel like Jose Martinez from Philly has been in there, great scores, always a DA from dark green, true. Random question, I only play semi-pro on Sorare. Are they still keeping the semi-pro comps or changing? They are, yeah, they're going. All right, poll starts. There you go. So vote away, guys, because the team that gets the most amount of votes here is going to be the team that we then rebuild. We then focus on and we rebuild a full stack with that team that we can then enter into the MLS Special Weekly And we can then also then use that team in the new in-season format when it goes into the transition competition structure at the end of the month. No, pretty much most of the free-to-play is going to be in Rivals. There will be, I think, something that they're leaving. Can't remember exactly what, but it's all in the articles, man. Right, vote, guys. Do vote. Vote away. Everyone gets a vote. You don't need to be a sub on the channel or anything like that. Everybody gets a vote. And remember, this vote is binding. So whatever team gets the most amount of votes here is going to be the team that we then commit to. Like, there's no other revotes or anything like that. We're doing it here and now. The only time that we would do a revote is if it's a draw. But we're not going to be doing this vote again. Once we get
to the
votes here done, this is going to be the team, the community team, that's playing for you every week and trying to win you guys rewards. Thank you also to When Stream RTG for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Okay, we've got about 5 or so seconds left. So do get your votes in whilst you can. Last chance to vote. We have a winner. The winner is Sporting KZ with 60% of the votes there. Houston came in second with 5 votes, 25%. Austin came in third with 15%. And Seattle, which was a team that was mentioned quite a lot in the chat, Seattle got no votes whatsoever, which I'm really surprised with, given that it was mentioned that we should look at them. Got no votes at all, Seattle. Wow. Okay. Sporting KZ, you guys have voted. The community spoken. Sporting KZ is going to be the team that we focus on now. So what we can do to begin with, I think we have enough money to do it. We've just sold. Let's go and have a little look here. We've just sold, refresh it. Okay, we've just sold Lovro Match Kick for £7. £7.04, okay? So what we could do, now that we've picked the team, we can try and pick up a Tim Melia classic card with that money. We can try. I don't know whether we can do it, but we can at least try to do it. Okay, at the moment, his limited here is £9.57. We're going to see if we can get a Tim Melia for 7. Let's put an offer in. Let's get the ball rolling. £7. All right, cool. Guys, if you want to help out the community team, if you like the players that we have, that we're rebuilding from, then feel free to buy them. The players that we've actually got that you can buy, they're all cheapest on the market, are these ones here. These guys here. We probably need to think a little bit about the actual team that we're going to build as well for Seattle and how much realistically it's going to cost us, right? So if we go into game, well, so builder, and then the concepts here, and then we pick the 270. Now, in the, where's it gone? In the MLS Special Weekly, there is a cap of 280. Where's it gone? Here we go, 280-point cap. So we can build this team in the concepts builder for 270, and then it just means then that if we go over by 10, we know that we built it for 280. In fact, one of the things that we need to also do is we need to change our settings here to make sure that it shows us not the Sorare SO5 average, but we want to see Sorare Data's average here, because we want to see what their L15s are going to be like when, like after tomorrow, once the new game week starts, right? So we need to turn that off so we don't see the Sorare SO5 average anymore. And then we go back, we refresh the page here. Okay, cool. Okay, and then we put Tim Melia in, the 270. Okay, like that. So Tim Melia has an L15 of 42. Is he going to have an L15 of 42 exactly from the next game week? Is he really? He's going to have an L15 of 43. I was going to say, he's just hit a better score there. So this is showing us 42, but it's actually going to be 43. Why is it not showing us that correctly? It might be that he's like 42.7. And if that is the case, it won't round it up on Sorare data. Let's go back here. Thank you, whoever has bought. Let's have a quick look. Thank you, Sopsy, legend. Sopsy, nice one for buying our small sitch, who I'm really sad that we have to sell him. But yeah, appreciate that, Sopsy. So we've now got an extra £1.41 to put towards our sales. What I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of track our sales here. So let me just, you can't see it, but I have a little spreadsheet. Okay. And then Ivan Smolsich here. Okay, so we just sold Smolsich for £1.41, which in ETH terms was 0. And then 3 zeros. Okay, cool. And then Lovro we sold for £7.04 and then 0.0025. Cool. Okay. Just so we can try and keep track of the budgets and the prices that we've got. So yeah, thank you, Sopsy, for that. Guys, remember, if you do want anyone, if you want to help us progress the community team, then all these players are available for you to buy. We've got some good ones in here. Corridor, Christoph Lang, Tangvik, who's the new #1 at Rosenborg, and he's an under-23 player as well. Tony Fruck is amazing. Yankovic is on the bench at the moment, but he's returning to the starting lineup, I think, this weekend. Well, probably not this weekend, but the next game week that they have, because he was injured for a while, but he's going to be back soon. Also need to say thank you to Arna Visco. So, Setup68, you legend. Thanks for buying Leonard Mosa from us there for 84p. So we're going to add him in as well into the spreadsheet. Leonard Mosa. So we sold him for 84p like that, which was 0.0003. Okay. Cool. Okay. So at the moment, total budget that we've got to play with in fiat. Hold on a minute. Why is it not summing that up? A bit weird. Hold on a second, guys. Oh, what's happened there? Ah, okay. It's a bit interesting. Okay. 1 second, guys. There's a weird, something weird with my numbers, but I'm sorting it now. Okay. Yeah, so in total, we've got £9.29 to play with at the moment. Wow. Wow, you guys are really getting this community rebuild going, aren't you? Incredible. So Tangvik is just sold as well. I think that's on a Visco too. Yeah, nice one. So on a Visco, you legend. Just he's just bought him for £10.99, which I think is a bargain because his new season card has been selling for a lot more actually, and he's just great. I think if we weren't rebuilding under 23, I would have been really looking forward to playing him again as the goalkeeper in our under 23 team because his season starts soon as well. So Arna Visco, your legend. And then we just sold Corridor and Costino as well. Wow. Again, Arna Visco. And is it Corridor to Sopsy as well? Guys, amazing. Amazing. So we've nearly rebuilt. We're nearly in a position where we can completely go and do this now. We have 3 more players left over. So if anybody here on the chat wants a Christoph Lang, a Tony Fruck, a Yankovic, I'm pretty sure they are the cheapest on the market. Let's have a quick look. They should be. If not, I'll make them the cheapest on the market there. No, hold on. Well, Christoph Lang isn't the cheapest on the market. But what I could do is I can make his new season card a little bit cheaper, just so we can get that sale done as well. How much has Lang been selling for? Is a new season card. So he's been selling, his new season cards have been selling for what? Around 9? Yeah, around 9 or so, haven't they? Let me put him at £9 then. Okay, where's he gone? Let me cancel that. And then let's put him up for £9 here. There we go. So Lang's now pretty good. The new season card as well. There you go. And then Tony Fruck should be the cheapest in the market because I checked that when I put him up. Unless the price has changed. No, it hasn't. So yeah, he's the cheapest on the market there with a level 10 5%. And then where's our other one? Nico Yankovic should also be the cheapest on the market as well. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, 249. We'll drop. Do we drop that? No, I think that's okay. Let's make it 239 actually. Let's make that 239. Like that. There we go. Okay. So those guys are all cheapest on the market. Victor Scout, hey FTS, how's it going? What magic is this? You're selling cards left, right, and center. I am. We are rebuilding our under 23 team, and we're rebuilding it to fit into the new format, which kicks in like just over a week's time, isn't it? So we're going to have a team that can immediately start to compete for the community in the MLS Special Weekly this weekend. And then we're going to, once that ends, we're then going to have a team that we can enter into the in-season competitions in the new format to try and win cash, which we can then use to then go and buy the players that you guys want, which allows us to just give away more cards, right? At the moment in the under 23 community team, when we are winning something, which is very rare because it's so difficult to do in the current format, but when we are winning something, we're winning a 60p reward, and it just doesn't feel that good to give away. And of course, we're only winning 1 card, but if we can actually go and buy 4 in-season cards, which allows us to compete in the MLS Special Weekly with the 3, and then after it ends, we've then got 4 to automatically start competing in the new format. We can then win cash, and that allows us to buy more rewards that we can give out to more people each week. Let's have a quick look here. Let me do again, thank you to everyone that's bought these cards here. Yeah, he didn't do that good again, did he? Let me tot this up quickly. So Sander Tangvik, we sold him for £10.99. Sander Tangvik. Again, a big shout out to Senub68 for that, man. I really appreciate it. We sold him for £10.99. Which was 0.0039. 0.0039. Okay. And then we also sold Kosanu and Corridor. Let's refresh the page here. Yeah, so Kosanu was sold as well to Arna Visco, again, son of 68, £3.66. So you guys can't see this at the moment because I haven't shared it yet, but I'm just updating a spreadsheet so we can keep track of the costs and how much we sold what for, so that when we then go and start buying people, we know how much budget we've still got left over. So £3.66 there. And then 0.0013. Cool. And then Corridor was sold to Sopsy. So again, big shout out to Sopsy there, man. I really appreciate it. 0.0015, £4.23. Okay, and then that was Killian Corridor. Okay, so at the moment in fiat, we have £28.17 to spend for the new rebuild. And we have in ETH terms, 0.01 ETH. That's how much we've raised so far. We've got another 2 players left to sell, who I think we just sold one, haven't we? To Moldy. I could be wrong there, but that looks like our card that's just been bought. If it is, then a big shout out to Moldy, because that's huge. That definitely helps us a lot. Yeah, we've got 3 actually left to sell. Well, 2 technically now. So it looks like we've just sold a card to Moldy there. We haven't got the notification, but we saw it. If I sell a guy now from a collection, it drops from 3% to 2%. Does that affect my score for the current game week? Cheers in advance. Do Sorare mint the same player in different kits often? Not really, no. No, they don't. Well, this is quite a good question from Breza. I was under the impression that when you sell a card and it takes your collection down, that it does affect your scoring in the current game week. I could be wrong on that though, but I thought it did. That might actually be covered in the help section as well, Breza. I thought it did though. Good question though. Really good question. So we've just sold, yeah, Nico Jankovic. So Moldy, nice one. So Moldy just bought him for £2.53. So that's Nico Jankovic there. Again, big shout out to the community for allowing us to do it. As I say, these sales allow me to now go and rebuild the team for you guys, so that then we can put the team in to the MLS Special Weekly this weekend, and then try and win some rewards, which we can then give out to you guys a lot more than what we've been doing with the under-23 team. So £2.53 and then 0.0009. 0.0009. Okay. So as I mentioned, guys, if anybody if anybody is looking for these types of players here, Tony Fruck or Christoph Lang, you're more than happy to have them. You should find that they're cheapest on the market. So yeah, feel free to buy them, and then we can use those funds to now go and rebuild. We did put an offer out, didn't we, for put an offer out for Tim Melia, but we're just waiting for a response on that. To be fair, we could actually probably target this card instead. That has better XP anyway. Let's do that. Sir Benny's online as well. We might be able to get that card for... Doubt we can get that card for £7, but we're going to try. Can we get that card? Yeah, we can. Okay. Yeah, so let's put an offer in, an initial offer with Sir Benny for £7. Let's see what he says there. He probably is going to completely reject that. But we need to try and keep the costs managed here. We need to keep them down if we're going to try and make this work. I sent you the card back. You can give it out as a reward or just relist. Oh, man, that's really quite nice of you, Moldy. Are you sure? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm a bit worried about that, though, because that's the kind of activity that can be flagged by Sorare as suspicious. So I don't think I want to do it, even though we could do it. I don't want to potentially get us suspended because I have been suspended before when I was doing nothing suspicious at all. And luckily they unsuspended me really quickly, but yeah, I don't want to risk it. So thank you, though. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to reject it. And feel free to use him or sell him. We'll just reject it like that. Yeah, that would be typical, wouldn't it? That we go through this whole process of selling, rebuilding our under-23 team. We then go out, we then go and buy the cards, and we're ready to enter the new MLS Special Weekly. And then Sorare flags that. If we had accepted it, Sorare then flags that as suspicious and then suspends us for this weekend, where we can't then play in MLS Special Weekly. What's the plan once you've sold and rebuilt? Hello to Connor. Basically just, yeah, I did get suspended. You know what's funny, FBL? I did get suspended before, and a bunch of people were saying it's about time I got suspended because I'm like a serial multi-accounter. And I was like, what the hell? You know, like, I'm the last person that does multi-accounting. Like, I do content for Sorare. I don't multi-account at all. I never have. So, yeah, it's amazing what shit people make up. But, yeah, luckily, we got unsuspended really quickly. But, yeah, can you imagine if I got suspended again? They'd all come out of the woodwork, wouldn't they? Right. Yeah, you saw it, didn't you? Yeah. I mean, it was laughable, wasn't it, FBL? It's like, you know, I'm just some crazy person that hasn't been doing this for 3 years. Right, so Tim Media, we're thinking about. Guys, what defender should we look at from Sporting KZ? Fontas, you guys can see Fontas here from Connor. He's my favourite by far. I think he is the best defender that they've got. You can see Will WC saying Tommy. Tommy who? Tommy's the midfielder. What defender do we want? We'll talk about the midfielders later. Let's look at the defenders though. Yeah, I know, man. It's like talking to a brick wall sometimes, isn't it? FBL. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're going full stack here. Yeah, we're going full stack to take advantage of collection bonus and to just try and increase our chances of winning by reducing the variables in a team. One of the things that we saw with the under-23 team was that when we didn't have a stack, it kind of usually cost us a reward. So I just want to put all our eggs in one basket and just go for it with one team. When is Fontas back? Because he didn't play in the last game, did he? Oh, he was suspended, I'm guessing, right? He got a yellow card and he missed this game here, so I'm guessing he was suspended. I think we need to be getting this guy. How much is his new season card? Okay, at the moment, there's a bid for his new season card. There's an auction at £10. And his 2024 card, wow, 21 hours ago, it actually went for £11, and then it went for 15, 17, 20. So we can probably afford him. I'm probably going to have to put a little bit of extra money into this rebuild, aren't I? I don't really want to do that, but now that we've committed, we might as well make it work. Yeah, we saw that, yeah, Russell was subbed off injured. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for that. I can see that FBL saying Leibold as well. So we could potentially look at this guy if we wanted to. He does have a high upside. Not quite as good as Fontas, but we might be able to get him for cheaper. His new season card's been going for £8.22. So that might be the route for us keeping the cost down, because we know that we're going to be stung with high cost for. We're going to run with 2 forwards in Sporting KZ. So don't worry, guys. We're going to pick the 2 forwards. We're going to have 1 midfielder and then 1 defender. Yeah, luckily we've had a lot of generosity from the community. So the community have bought most of our cards now. We've only got 2 cards left in our under-23 team, which is Tony Frook and Christoph Lang. So if we can sell those, that would give us an additional, say an additional £14 there. And then that £14 would then be added on to the £30 that we have already raised. So we'd have about £45, guys. Which actually would be amazing, because when we built this team originally, we built the team for about £45. So it means that we'd probably be able to get our money back. Can I get in on this community buying cards? Yeah, so as I say, if anybody wants these 2 cards at all, then just buy them. They're cheapest on the market, or send me an offer. Send me a good offer, of course, because, we can't, even though we're selling them, we're not going to sell them for dirt cheap, because they're good players anyway. But yeah, if you don't have exactly this money, but you're interested in these cards, then just send me your best offer, and I'm sure we can work something out. And then we can continue with the build here. So we've got an offer out for £7 for Tim Melia. Hello to Rude as well, man. How you doing? Are we thinking Fontas here then, guys? Are we thinking for the defender, for the new team, we go with Fontas? Like Fontas or Leibold? Or Leibold, should I say? Oh, Fontas, okay. We also need to think about the cap as well. So Tim Melia at 42 is really good. 52, and then 49 for Leibold. I mean, if we think Fontas, we could put a bid in for him right now on his new season card. Fontas, yes or no, guys? Personally, I think yes, but I want to get the view of the whole community because it's a community team. If I was building this team for myself, then I know I'd be making the decisions, but I want you guys to be making the decisions here because it's your team at the end of the day. Do we need a poll? Do you reckon? We haven't even looked at anyone else really, have we? We've just said Fontas and Leibold. We've also got Rosero in here, and we've got Davis too. So maybe we do need a poll. Because where's Davis gone to? Oh, he's a midfielder. He's a midfielder card that is actually playing as a wing back, as a right back. Okay, that's annoying. He would have been quite a good defender option there. Nottingham Forest docked 4 points. Wow. That's great news for Luton. I think he was suspended. Yeah, we were just looking at that. He got a yellow card in the game before, and then he missed that game. So I'm thinking it was a suspension, perhaps. Don't quite know. Oh, he was at 90%, was he? Oh, wow. Play sharper, though. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to do a very quick poll here. Why not? We've got the time to do it. Which defender do we buy? And so we've got Fontas here. Then we've got Leibold. Then we'll put Rosero in as well. Don't actually think I want any others to look at. So Rosero, Leibold, Fontas there. And then Rosero, like that. You guys have another 2 minutes to vote, so do vote. Sporting KZ, that's what everyone voted for. KZ listed him on the injury report. Okay, interesting. In fact, let's do this actually. Oh my God. Thank you, man. Thank you for the link. It's appreciated. Hamstring. Or, okay. Shaloy with the hip, questionable. Interesting, okay. So that is going to be interesting now who we vote for. Yeah, hamstrings can be a little bit dodgy, as in if you've got anything going on with your hamstring, that can often be, if it's bad, it can be out for a while. How's it going on the voting here? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that we probably have to be a bit safe here. I don't want to influence the vote, but yeah, we need to be careful. So if you do want to vote for Fontas, that's fine, but just keep in mind that he's injured. he has suffered with a lot of injuries in the past as well. He's fantastic, but he's always been the type of player that has had some injuries as well in the past. You can see it here. Look, he has these little bursts of injuries every now and then. Very good, though. He's the best defender they've got. Okay, the winner is Leibold. So probably after that injury news, it scared off a lot of people on Fontas. Rosero only got 14% of the votes and Leibold got 57%. So if we go and look at Leibold now. Right, we need a new season card of Leibold. Holy shit. The bidding on this is up to £9 already. There's actually no point. Look, there's no point in us buying this card at auction because we could just go and buy this card off the secondary for £10. Could we do it? We could do it. This one here has 13 hours left. God, look, he bought him 6 days ago for £3.77. Very shrewd. Very shrewd. It's a good profit for him. Yeah, we don't, yeah, that's the thing. We don't really care about the first owner bonus here. It would be nice, really, because you get extra on the collection score, but I think if anything, the position that we're at is that he's already at £8.75. A lot of his cards have been going for less than that. A lot of people are going to be turning their attentions now to MLS cards this week. So I think we're just going to buy this card for a tenner. We'll buy it for a tenner. I'll tell you what, rather than buy it for a tenner, I wonder if we could... Why don't we do this, right? We'll put a bid in for this card, which is already going to take us up to £9.88. We'll put the bid in here, and then if we get outbid, then we know that we can't look at getting him as a first owner. Then we can maybe turn our attentions to these cards here. So let's do that. Put the bid in for this one. It's got quite a lot of time left on it, but our max bid is literally, yeah. Our max bid here is the most that we're willing to go up to, with there being a card on the market for £10. And then if we get outbid there, which probably we will, because there's like 13 hours left, unless if we get outbid, then we're probably just going to go and buy that card if it's still available. But yeah, we've got a bid out. So let's put Leibold in as well. Let's take Fontas out. Let's put Leibold in here. Like that. Let's do that. Right, so Tim Leibold's in there. Okay. Now we need to think about the midfield. So again, we need a Sporting KZ midfielder here. We've got the likes of Jack Davis, who's a midfielder card. Remy Walter, Eric Tommy, Nemanja Radoja. This is definitely going to be a poll. They're all quite low in their floor price, but Wow, Tommy's scoring's pretty good, isn't it? Ideally, we want someone with some good upside. Remy Walter doesn't really have a lot of attacking returns to him, no. Maybe this isn't a vote, actually. He's got good upside, but he doesn't attack. He doesn't get involved in decisives enough. His AA is 12.7, which is okay. Tommy has an AA of 10.9, but he gets a lot more involved in decisives, which is good. It's better. Doja, he's actually okay, but much better for the current format than the new format. Has very little attacking returns, actually. It was way better when they had Gadi Ginder when he was fit. Jack Davis would be an interesting one, I think, because he's kind of a defender. He's like a wing back, but he's struggled so far to really give us the high end. So we're probably looking at Tommy, aren't we? We're probably looking at Tommy. I don't mind that Davis has a midfielder card and he plays as a defender. Of course, it would be better in a way if he had a defender card, but also not too bad because Sporting KZ don't keep a lot of clean sheets anyway. So it's really bad if you have a defender that has a midfielder card that is then in real life getting loads of clean sheets, because then, of course, you want the defender card so you can get the 10-point clean sheet bonus. But he doesn't get he wouldn't get the 10-point clean sheet bonus anyway if he was a defender. Not really. Look, they don't keep many clean sheets at all, but he still does a lot. You can see here, because he's playing as a defender. So there shouldn't, in theory, be too much of a difference, really. Look, there's not. There's not a big difference. Because the only big difference would be if he was getting the 10-point clean sheet bonus as a defender, and he's not. He wouldn't be. So we could do a poll between Davis and Tommy, just to kind of keep it nice and fair. I don't think we should look at Remy Walter or Radoja, personally, because I just don't think that they have enough of the high end, really, for us to get the most out of in this team. But we'll do a quick poll. So which midfielder do we buy? Okay, and then the options are Jake Davis here, and then not Remy Walter, Eric Tommy. So yeah. Does Davis not have new season cards at the moment? He doesn't, does he? Does Tommy? Tommy must do, surely. Yeah, Tommy does, though. Okay, so I think instead of doing a poll, I think we should just focus on Tommy then, because he's got the new season cards out. What we don't want to do is we don't want to buy Jake Davis, right? His current card only then for like them to then start minting the in-season card. So we need to get Tommy. Yeah, we do. Good shout there. Good spot as well from It's Cold. So we need to find Eric Tommy. The Sporting KZ. There's a card here that is currently under a bid. There's 1 hour and 33 minutes left on this one. So we'll probably look at this one to begin with. And then, of course, if we miss out on that, we've got an option here. How much has he been going for? 2024. Wow. Okay. So he's been going for £6, £7. He was about 4 days ago going for higher, up to 10. Okay. We'll put an offer in. Well, not an offer. We'll put a bid in. Let's come off here. Where's he gone? Kind of lost him. There we go. All right. Let's put a bid in here. And our max bid probably needs to be... Let's do that for now. Let's do that. We're going to be online anyway, so if we get outbid, then we can react to it. But if we can try and get it for less than 0.003, that would be great. We need to try and keep the cost down here because we haven't even got to the really expensive part yet, which is going to be the forwards, right? Okay, hold on a minute. Let me go to the spreadsheet here. I'll show you guys the spreadsheet as well in a minute. So we're going to put Tim Melia in. And the offer that we've got out for Melia at the moment, let's have a little look. The offer we've got out is for £7, 0.025. Okay. Okay, 1 second, guys. Okay, 7, and then we're looking at, let's go to Leibold. So we put an offer in for what? A bid for £9.88, 0.035. Okay. £9.88, 0.0035. Media was 0.0025. Okay. Cool. And then Tommy, we've got a bid on him for 0.0026, but actually our max bid that we put on here was 0.0029, £8.19. Okay. I want to see how we're doing on budget. That's why I'm doing this right now, just to kind of see if we are overspending or not. We probably are. £8.19. And then 0.0029, 0.0029. Okay, so at the moment, if we were to get all of those players for the bids and the offers that we've got out for them, we'd be currently spending £25. And in total at the moment, we've only got £30. So yeah, this is going to be kind of expensive. We're definitely going to struggle to do it. But luckily I've got a little bit of money that I can throw into it just to make it work. I didn't really want to do it, but if needs be, we can do it. Funny enough, I actually sold today before we went live. I actually sold, where's he gone? Yeah, I sold Gaston Veron. You remember this guy that I bought on Friday, guys, live on the stream? I bought him for £20, and I bought him because I was planning on using him in my Champ America team for the midweek. And then we kind of realized after that, actually, we're going to have some players that are going to be away on international duty, so it won't really work out for us. So I figured, you know what? I don't mind if I don't sell him because I'm happy to keep him, but if we can sell him for someone else who maybe needs him more in their teams for the midweek, we'll try and sell him for profit. And I bought him for £19.83 on Friday, and we just sold him apparently 7 hours ago. Yeah, we sold him 7 hours ago for £30. So that's pretty good. It's pretty good business, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah. The game is postponed as well. I know. I saw that too with my teams for POV, that the game apparently is not happening anymore. So it's like, yeah, it's just a sign that I should have sold, that I had to sell Gaston Veron. Let's go back to our team here. Let's put Tommy in. So Eric Tommy for an L15 of 49 as the midfielder. And then we're going to go with 2 forwards here. Now, this is the question. I wonder if we can find an answer about Johnny Russell here. Because Johnny Russell came off injured. And of course, if he's like got a serious injury, then it will make this really easy. Because then we would target Pulido and Shaloi. What the frick? Okay, I've done that wrong. Did anybody see the game? Does anybody actually know what's wrong with Johnny Russell at all? Because we can see that he came off injured, but we'd kind of like to know whether it's serious or not. This was updated 3 days ago, so it's not up to date. Does anybody know what's happened to Johnny Russell? It's a question for the chat. Because we know he came off injured. We just want to know whether it's a serious injury or not. I mean, of course, I'm going to put a vote out as well as to what forwards we target, because we can target Shaloi, Russell, Pulido, and we're going to get 2 of the 3. No idea, no. I wasn't watching the game, so at the moment, look, updated 4 hours ago, some kind of a muscle injury, apparently. Doesn't really tell us much, does it? If we go on here... Apparently, look, it's got an expected return early April. This is on Sports Gambler. Yeah, this is on Sports Gambler. I wonder if there's anything on RotoWire at the moment, because RotoWire is quite good for stuff like that. If we can look at injuries, maybe. Has there been anything added for the MLS here? Oh, this is not actually telling us injuries, is it? Would have to be signed up to see more. Oh, there's Johnny Russell. It just says leaves with injury. But here we go. With an apparent ankle injury per Daniel Sperry of the KC Star. Let's have a little look. Johnny Russell goes down holding his ankle. I think he might have hurt himself stretching to get to that cross from Shaloi. Okay. So it's very sketchy information at the moment. To be fair, Johnny Russell is amazing, but Johnny Russell's also had his own problems with injury. So is Pulido, to be fair. Pulido was out for a long time. Not last season, but the season before. With an ACL injury, I think. We're going to check Johnny Russell here because I want to see whether he struggled with his ankles before. Yeah, look, muscle injury, hamstring injury here. Of course, it was a bit more serious, but last season, he actually missed quite a few games. He missed 8 games last season because of a muscle injury. And we're kind of seeing that again. Where is it? We're kind of seeing this muscle injury again. It could be the same, it could be different. It's probably a little bit risky, isn't it? When Alan Pulido's fit and available, Daniel Shaloy's fit and available. And they're good options anyway. It's not like they're worse options than Johnny Russell. They're just as good. Because especially Shaloy Shaloy has the same level of AA really as a Johnny Russell. So Johnny Russell's AA is like 12.3 over the last year, and Shaloy has about the same. Yeah, look, 11.3. So it's not like we're really missing out there. Similar level of decisive score as well. So maybe we do Shaloy and Pulido instead. We put this in. So Daniel Shaloy. And then if we go with Pulido as well, like that, it's actually going to be a team that will work because we will have loads of points left over from the cap. So if, for example, Tim Melia started to really smash it, his L15 would really spike up, but then we would still be able to play the team because we have this, this leeway. We actually have 32, not 22. We have 32 there. Because remember, for the MLS Special Weekly, it's 280. So we have more than enough leeway. What do you guys reckon? If you guys think this is good, then I can start to put some offers out for Shaloy and Pulido or try and put some bids out for them. Or do you guys think that we need to have Johnny Russell in here, even if it means that he might be injured and we might not be able to use him? Because we don't know the extent of his injury. It could be nothing. It could be something significant. Again, it's your team, guys. It's like a community team, so I don't want to make the decision. I just want to present the information and let you guys kind of decide. But what do we reckon here? Target Shaloy or Pulido as the two forwards, or target one of them and then target the other one as Johnny Russell? I think we should switch to Colorado Rapids. Probably buy one backup now to avoid paying much more later. Maybe. It's a good idea, actually. We could maybe buy one as a classic, right? Because we're going to buy 4 new season and then 1 classic as the goalkeeper. So we could probably buy like a really cheap classic card, so that if we do get in a situation where one of our players gets injured, then we've still got a new season card, 1 more new season card than what we need to, and then we've also got a classic to alternate. Yeah. I'm not going to be buying MLS in season in each position. The reason being, guys, is that I already put £100 into this a long time ago. Then when we rebuilt it, we had lost like £65-70 on the rebuild. Actually, it was like £60, wasn't it? Give or take. And now we're rebuilding again, and of course we're selling, and we're making huge losses on a lot of our players here. I don't want to put more money into this, really. I want to try and use the existing money we've got. Now, of course, with this rebuild, it's already going to be eating into my own personal funds to make it work, which I didn't really want to do, but I'm kind of happy to do it for the first 5. But I then don't want to be using my own personal funds again to build out with just backup. So I don't mind if we buy like 1 backup that's really cheap, but I don't want to spend additional money that when we've already lost so much here, just to then spend on the backup. So yeah, I didn't really want to spend this anyway, but I think we're probably going to have to make it work for the likes of Shaloy and Russell. And then, yeah, I certainly don't want to put any more in. So let's do it. I don't think there's any objections, is there? Shaloy and Russell, Shaloy and Pulido. Those are the 2 forwards that we're thinking of here, right? Shaloy and Pulido. Does Polido have new season cards? If he doesn't, that's going to be a problem. He doesn't. This is something which I find really frustrating from Sorare, that they kind of launched this in-season competition, but then they don't have new in-season cards for a lot of players. He doesn't have in-season cards at all. What we could do is we could maybe buy him as a classic, right? Because again, for the in-season special weekly, we don't need to run with 4 new season cards, right? What we could potentially do is we could buy an old season card of Polido, and then we could buy a new season card of somebody like Jack Davis as almost like a backup. Does he have one? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have one, does he? I mean, we knew that Sporting KZ are a team that they're trying to mint more of, but yeah, a bit frustrating. I tell you what, it's dumb, because it's fine if you want to launch this, right? But then you might as well give yourself enough time to mint the cards, right? Mint the in-season cards for most, if not all, of the players. If they're going to do it, which they're obviously doing, then what they need to do, Sorare, is they need to get into the habit where they have enough time to mint in-season cards but for teams and for players. They did mention, didn't they, that like Charlotte, I think, was one team, Sporting KZ, and there was another team that were just missing in-season cards, yet they had already announced the in-season competition, and they basically said that in-season competition was happening like 10 days, in 10 days' time. But it's like, well, do you have enough time then to mint those cards of those players? Because if you don't, it's a little bit poor. At the same time, they haven't got a hard restriction here. It's only 3. So we can do it with Sporting KZ, and then hopefully by the time the MLS Special Weekly is finished, they have then minted more of the cards that are missing, the in-season cards which are missing for the players. So let's focus on Daniel Shaloi, because he can be our 3rd in-season card. Yeah, let's focus on Shaloi here. Okay, so Shaloi has a card here which ends in 6 hours and 24 minutes. There's an instant buy for 1965. Holy shit. I thought Shaloy's new season card was selling for more than 20. No, look, 2 hours ago? 2 hours ago, it sold for £16.32. So his price is going up. 18 hours ago, it sold for 20. Okay, so again, what we'll do, and we'll need to be on the ball here if we're going to do it. We'll put a bid in here. We'll do that. And if that is not enough, then we can maybe look at the instant buy. Okay, let's take a quick 5-minute break. When we come back, I'll update everyone on how we've been doing and what we are doing if you are new on the channel and you've just tuned in. So, very quick 5-minute break here, guys. All right, guys, welcome back. If you're just tuning in for the first time and you don't know what we're up to, I've made the decision for the community that we're going to rebuild our community under 23 team. And we're not going to rebuild it into another under 23 team because, to be honest with you, it hasn't really worked out the way we wanted. And that's not because of anything that we've done wrong. That's more just a case of how the game has evolved and how we've almost been on the wrong side of it with the current format of competition structure, the rewards becoming less and less valuable to win, and the cards dropping more and more in value, which means that under 23 has just got progressively more and more competitive, and just almost too competitive that in order to win anything great that we could give out to the community, we would need to be hitting like 420 points, which with the players we've got, we had, just wasn't really realistic. So I made the decision that we would scrap it, we'd sell the cards that we had in the under 23 team, the community under 23 team, and would use that money to then invest in new in-season MLS special cards or MLS cards that we could then use this weekend in a team that we could play in the MLS Special Weekly to try and win over 3 game weeks some really cool cash rewards here, right? Even the minimum here, if we were to win it, would be significantly more than what we would win in under 23. And then, of course, once this ends, we've then got for the community an in-season team that's going to be good and ready to go for the new format in the transition phase, which kicks off at the end of this month. And so then we've got a team where we can compete for more cash rewards with that team. And then with the cash that we win, rather than give the cash out to you guys, we can use the cash to then go and buy players that you think you'd like to actually win, and then we can give those players away. So that's what we've been doing. And we've been in a process so far where we were working out what MLS team to target because we only really wanted to target one team to try and reduce the variance that we get so that we're not relying on several different teams doing good in a game week. We're only relying on one, and then we're just relying on good players from that one team to do it. Which will hopefully improve our success rate as to how many rewards we can win with it. And also to try and get some kind of a collection bonus as well. So right now, this is the team. Where is it? This is the team that we're going to try and rebuild to now. Melia, Leibold, Tommy, Shaloy, and Polido. One of the things that we realized before the break was that Alan Polido doesn't actually have new season cards, which is a little bit annoying. So it's okay because we can enter the MLS Special Weekly with these 3 cards being new in season, and then Tim, Melia, and Polido being the classic cards, right? It's okay. It just would have been nice if we could have picked up a new season card of Polido, because for the new format after the MLS Special Weekly ends, we're going to need 4 new in-season cards anyway. So it's a bit of a shame. So I think what we do is we probably do buy a classic season card of Alan Polido if we can get a good price on it. We don't really want to buy this one because this one actually has no XP at all. We want to look at these 2. This is level 14. This is level 11. So you probably want to try and get that one if we can. How much? He's selling it for £6.84. I wonder if we can get it for, yeah, wonder if we can get it for 550, which is 0.0002. So if we put that in as well, that we put an offer out for Alan Pulido for £5.50, which is 0.002. And then we've already got a counter offer here for Tim Melia, £9.60. Wasn't that roughly? Oh my God. That's not much of a movement. So he's got him up listed for £9.88 and he's offered us 20p off. Now he's entitled to do that. I thought he might have just met us halfway with our offer. Well, to be fair, we offered quite low. So why don't we offer something else now? It's quite a good card, to be honest with you. We'll do a counter offer here. I wonder if we could go for £9 here. Like, it seems silly to counter for this, but we need to try. Because we need to try and save as much as we can. Let's do that, actually. £8.75. We want to counter for 1 day only. Confirm. Like, we tried it with £7. It was probably too low. Hopefully we can get close. We can come to some kind of an agreement here. We're staying up, lads. I don't know about that. I mean, the draw's fine, but they really needed to win that, I think. The thing is, though, Nottingham Forest getting docked 4 points is massive for Luton. Big time. But I still think that Luton needs to get another 2 wins to be relatively safe. I don't think the points dock is, it makes Luton out of the woods. It's bloody good news, though, for Luton. Don't know. It's a good point. I think they were, no? I think they were waiting on another points deduction. No, they're not out of the forest yet. No, they're not. That is the expression, isn't it? We're still trying to sell 2 cards. So, guys, if you are in the market for a new forward or a new midfielder, then I'm happy to do a deal on these guys here. You can also pick them up cheapest on the market right now. That would be a huge help for our community team as we're doing a community rebuild. We kind of need this money to put towards the new players that we want to buy, that we can then put together in a community team that will then hopefully win some cash, which we can then distribute to the community in the form of cards that we'll buy with it. Did we put a bid in for this one? We did. We put a bid in. Okay. What have we got outstanding? So Eric Tommy, this is going to end in 55 minutes time. So basically these are the three new in-season cards that are going to form the team that we will be able to enter into the MLS Special Weekly. And then we might buy, well, we can't because there's no more in-season cards. I was going to say could we buy a Fontas actually? Like we were already thinking about Fontas. He is injured. Well, tell a lie. He is supposedly injured. What this would do, actually, if we picked up a Fontas, it would give us the option to run with 2 defenders or 2 forwards for Sporting KZ. I think most of the time we'll run with 2 forwards and we'll probably play him if he's available. Let's put a bid in for him as well, because we're buying this team for the long term anyway for the rest of the season. I doubt he's out for the whole season. And we do need another in-season card. His 2024 card. Okay, 11, 22 hours ago. 15, 17, 20. God, that guy who bought him for 11 at auction got a great deal there. Okay. What was it in ETH, actually? Okay. So let's maybe go up to that, which is a lot. Maybe we don't do that, actually. Let's do that for now. Done. Okay, look. So we've become the new bidder, the new max bid. Or we're currently winning it. Okay. So this would be our additional player then. If we can win him, Fontas. But you can see we don't have much more money. And I've mentioned before, I'm not putting in any more money. This is already spending money that I didn't want to spend. Because this is actually like not part of the original budget that we had in the under 23 community build. So I didn't want to throw good money after bad. But we are doing it at the moment to make it work for you guys, okay? But that's why we have to be really strict now with our budget, because we've got £5.46 and I definitely can't put any more money. I could, but I'm not going to put any more money into Sorare. So we need to try and make it work with what we've got here in the game. So yeah, if we win these cards here, then we'll have 4 in-season cards which we can use after the special weekly finishes, which is, again, this one here with 150k, but it only runs for 3 game weeks that we know of at the moment, 461, 463, 465. But then after that, we want to have a team that we can run in the new format for you guys. So that's it there. Would have been nice if we could have got a new season card of Pulido, but there are none. What's going on here? Offer sent. We've got an offer out for Melia for £8.75, and we've got an offer for £5.50 for Pulido. Yeah, hopefully we get a response. You guys still here? It's really quiet in the chat. What do you think of our community team so far? The new community team. And keep in mind that if we get Fontas, then we could change Leibold to Fontas as well. But at the moment, it sounds like Fontas is probably going to be unavailable. So that's why we've been focusing on Leibold. Are you playing the MLS Special Weekly yourself, Stephen? Yeah, I agree, Scuds. Yeah. It is difficult, isn't it, to get a range of options for us with the budget. I mean, I think at the moment our spend is already hitting about 50 and possibly more, probably close to 60. Yeah. But you know what, though? What we could do, Scuds, and this would be the ideal, is that maybe what we could do is let's say that this team wins in the MLS Special Weekly, it wins some cash, right? What we could decide to do is to maybe use like one of the game weeks where the cash that we win, we reinvest it back into the team to try and get another a couple of in-season cards, right? So I know I said we can give them away, but if we can try and at least build and give ourselves a couple of options, and that'd be great to start with. Who knows? I'll ask what you guys reckon. You're looking into it. Have a few trades that I'm waiting to hear back on to get a team in. You got plenty that are current season cards, but need to try and get a few of the new season ones. Yeah. Pretty sure that the new season cards are going to spike a little bit more from tomorrow. Once people start turning their attentions to the weekend and they realize that they can start to lineup build for it. It's another reason why we want to try and get this done today. Wow. Okay. It's not that great, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I think you will be able to, for sure. Okay, what's this here? We've got a counter offer from Benny. £9.17 is his counter. We're going to accept that. That's a good counter. Yeah. We'll take that now. So we've got our goalkeeper guys of Tim Melia. We bought in for £9.17, 0.0033. So let me add that in. Tim Melia bought for £9.17. I'll add it into the spreadsheet. And then 0.0033. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that is our first purchase actually with this team. Tim Melia is in. We've got him. The old classic card of Melia with 5.5% bonus on top, which is okay. It's pretty good actually for an old season card. That's why we targeted this card. We've just bought him for £9.17. Let's also, if we can, let's do it. Let's go to the builder here, lineup builder. Can we already do in 461? Can we already do it for the MLS Special Weekly? Has it been added into Sorare data at all? It has, isn't it? Look, here we go. MLS Special Weekly. So we're just getting, where's it gone? We're just getting Tim Melia now. Are you getting lowballed a lot then, FBL? I will do some kind of a video around the trading. Yeah. I think my next video is going to be something a little bit different outside of Sorare. But yeah, I think some kind of a future video around trading would be quite useful. Thing is, though, we could do that, and there's always going to be people that are just going to be like lowballing. But I'll try and do something to show what's kind of fair. You could probably argue that we maybe lowballed the guy on the Tim Melia with a £7 offer, but then when we kind of got a response back and he then countered us for basically nothing. So then he gave me the message that, look, I'm probably willing to negotiate, but if you kind of come in too low, I'm going to come in really high. And so I was like, okay, let's do it a bit more realistically now. So then we kind of done it around the £8.75 mark, didn't we? And eventually he then countered us for a really good price compared to his original counter. So I'm glad we got that done. That was probably quite a good example of working out a deal. Where's our Fontas though? Why is he not showing up yet? It's not showing up yet, but basically what I'm trying to do, what would be great is if we could start to add in the players as we get them, so we can start to visualize the team and then potentially see what how it scores as well for game week 461. At the moment, even though we just bought Media, it's not showing up on Sorare data yet. Right, so 1 down, another 4 or 5 to go. Potentially this week, Neil. Yeah, potentially this weekend. There was a link that was posted earlier from Twitch Gaming in the chat. The link to an interview with the manager, and the manager said that he's basically fine, but they just wanted to hold him back an extra week. And that was him doing an interview last week. So he was going to miss this weekend, which he has. And then this upcoming weekend, he has the chance now, I think, to start. Okay, hopefully we get Tommy. What's the other offers that we've got out? Okay, Alan Polido. Whoa. Okay. I think we're just going to buy this card. It's a level 14 card. Yeah, I think we could hold out and see whether he's going to accept, but I think actually we're going to buy it. It's not too high. And I don't want to risk the chance that we miss out on that card, actually. Because if we do, then I don't really like the other cards there. We certainly don't want to get a last season card of him. We want to get the season before, like this one. So if he was online, it would have been interesting to see whether he was willing to negotiate. And we might have been able to get him for a little bit cheaper. But I do, as I say, I think the way it's going is that more and more people are going to realize that they can't actually put out proper teams for the midweek. So they'll start to look at the weekend. And then it just means that the longer we take to get these players in, the less chance we've got of getting them in for the prices that we want. So, yeah, okay. Polido's in as well now. We really need to try and sell Fruk and Christoph Lang. So there we go. Polido and Tim Melia. There we go. Polido's in. Why is it not showing me Tim Melia? Oh, because we're still waiting for Tim Melia to show up. Okay, interesting. All right, let's put Polido in for now as the old season classic card, and then our next classic card is going to be Tim Melia in here, and then hopefully in like 40 minutes we're going to be able to buy or win at auction the Eric Tommy. Because this auction ends in about 40 minutes, so hopefully we can get the new season card of Eric Tommy. And then in 5 hours' time, we can hopefully win Shaloi, but I'm getting a little bit worried now that we're not going to be able to get this done because we've only got 372. So we need to try and get our last couple of players out the door from our under 23 team. Which are these guys here? So Tony Fruk, we have him at $4.99, but if we drop the price a little bit, maybe that will trigger a quicker sale. Because as, where's he gone? As I think it was, where's he gone actually? I saw someone in the chat saying that they're struggling to sell in this market. And I think it was Big Merc. And it is so difficult a lot of the time. What we're doing here, Tony Fruk. Okay, wow. So, 38 minutes ago, he was bought at auction, shit, for £3. Really? So here's bought his new season card for £3 at auction. How was there not more? That's a bargain. First to hiss that. That's a real bargain. His new season card's not been going for that at all. It's been most of the time a lot more than that, around the £4. Got him for like £1, minimum of £1 less actually. Okay. We had him at $4.99. Let's put him at $4 now. It's quite a difference. No, hold on. Good old psychological pricing here. We need to put him at $3.99, not $4. That old trick where if you just go a little bit under, then psychologically people warm more to it because it's actually in the 3 rather than it being in the 4. And then Christoph Lang, we should probably do the same here because we've got him up for 9. We should drop him a little bit. Let's drop his new season card down to, I think, $8.49. We bought him for quite low. We bought him for $3.97. Let's do that. How much of a premium you would put on the new season MLS cards? The Rui Diaz, I wanted to getting some offers in. I'm trying to figure out how high I can go. It's a good question. Let's take Rui Diaz as an example. So Okay, wow. So his new season cards are only going for £4.52. I think that you'll be able to get around £6 or £7 for this type of player come the weekend. Was rare. Yeah. His rare has just sold yesterday for 41 at auction. I think you should be trying to, if you can, get around 50 for him. That might be a little bit high though, because obviously at auction, they want to try and get the first owner bonus, right? I don't think they're actually, they're not minting a lot of cards though. That's the thing. So, because you've got the 2024 card, they're not actually minting, Sorare, loads of new season cards. So you can dictate 50. Look, this guy sold for $46.94. I think you can dictate 50 minimum. Yeah, I think that's a good price point, Beast, actually. 54 euros. I think that's very smart. Yeah. You could probably even set it closer to 60 if you wanted to. And I think that you would still be able to get a load of offers, because some managers are going to want a new season Raul Ruiz-Diaz, and the fact that Sorare aren't minting any more of him at the moment puts you in a good position to go a bit higher. Good position to be in, though. Really good position, man. If we just go back to the blog and then back to the transition phase here. Yeah, it starts on March the 29th, which is in 11 days' time. So even when the MLS Special Weekly is in effect, we'll get the transition phase 2. And for the transition phase, we will want to be competing in Challenger with our MLS team. But we will try to be competing in the in-season MLS competition in Challenger. Or basically Challenger in-season, if you want to call it that, because it is that, right? Rather than MLS in-season. But we'll be competing in Challenger with this MLS team that we are building now, that we're rebuilding from under 23. And that's why I'm keen for us to have 4 in-season cards, because we are going to need, of course, 4 in-season cards to play in the new format. And we also want a team that is able to get promoted, right? I think our Sporting KZ can get us promoted. Why can we not see? Hold on a minute. Am I missing this here? Here we go. I was going to say, where's the challenger? Here we go. Here's the challenger. Prize pool. Cool. Let's bring this up. Okay, so depending on the division that we get started in, look at that here, look. This is another reason why I wanted us to do this here, is because if we are able to even just get the lowest reward in Challenger with this MLS in-season team, the minimum we're going to get is $5, right? And at the moment, the minimum we're getting is like 60p in under 23, and it's just absolutely dog shit. Don't want to do it anymore. These are going to be quite competitive, I think. Division 3, Division 4. Because I think most people are going to be, as they mentioned, most people are going to be almost placed in the middle ranges, right? Like the distribution of where you sit based on promotion relegation is going to be largely centered in the middle. Okay. Why does it not? Okay. Here we go. And this is the classic as well. So if we did ever fancy going into the classic, which I don't think we would with this team that we're building, but if we did want to do it, because there's so many tier 5s there, look. That's the thing. And again, we'd have an in-season team, so we wouldn't really want to be going into Classic, even though we could. But if you have an in-season team, you don't want to be then entering that team into Classic to win tier 5s. And the bare minimum that you can get in all the divisions apart from Division 1 is a tier 5. So it's just absolutely not what we want to be part of. Yeah, look. Getting the premium boxes is quite cool, but it's still not really guaranteeing you anything. And they also have tier 5s in there as well. Nah, no thank you. I think we're just beyond this now, personally. And we need to focus on this for the community, the in-season challenger. Where hopefully we can hit $10 or more often, rather than the $5 or more. There we go. We've got 10 million now. Yeah, so then our next 3 positions are going to be the in-season cards, and then that will give us a good idea of how strong this looks for this weekend. The fact they have a home game is quite nice, though, for game week 461. Do we know how many of the classic cards we win in classic will be in season ones? Free tip scout. I think it's said in the prize pool. No, if you go onto the classic prize pool, then it tells you the positions, right? So if you go into the prize pool blog section, you can then see how many cards they're giving out, which will be in season cards. Go into this blog article and then go down and then click here. I'll give you the link actually in the chat. There you go. And then, yeah, like you're asking about the cards. Well, you can see here that, I don't know, let's say Challenger, for example. Again, we click on Challenger and then you can kind of, this is the in-season, forget that. Go down to the classic though. Yeah. I don't think we know exactly how many they'll be giving out in the boxes because, of course, some of that is down to chance, right? But you can see here the positions that you'll need to get the cards, like the guaranteed fixed card rewards, right? So you can find it all here. Yeah, this also, look, the reward box percentage rates are approximate and may slightly change depending on the number of participants. So there's a little bit of variance with this here, but you can see here that they're giving out, I don't know, 52 cards in here, 103 in here, 120. So the card rewards total is 608. It says it at the top here. Yeah. Are they in season ones? Yeah, they're in season, man. Yeah, you play classic to win in season cards. So these are all in season cards that you can win in here. That's the whole point of classic, is that you basically play with your old cards to try and win the new cards, and then you use the new cards then in the in season to win the cash. So these 608 cards that they give out will be the new season cards, the in season cards. And then that'll be the same for in here. Look. So in Champions, they'll be giving out 2010 guaranteed fixed amount of in-season cards in Champions. We need to head over to Pooky in a little second, but for now, let's figure out where we are with this, okay? So Melia, Polido are in. We're waiting on the next three. Technically, we're waiting on the next four. Are we waiting on an offer? Offer sent? Do we have any open offers out? No, we don't. Okay, cool. That's good because we need to focus on the in-season now. So, yeah, we're just hopefully going to win him, Eric Tommy. We need to keep an eye on that, though, because we don't want to be outbid. And then, yeah, if we can win him, then, well, later on this evening, I'll need to be keeping a close eye on these three. But in the meantime, we also need to be trying to shift out. I wonder how much the bot would give us, actually. We haven't done that yet. I wonder how much a bot would give us for Lang. And Lang and Frook. But as I say, I don't really want to do that. I want to give the cards out to other human managers and ideally you guys, right? Because if we can sell to the community, it then means that you benefit and then we get money back from the community team, which we can put back into another community team that can then serve the community and try and win stuff for you guys, right? Rather than just giving the money to the bots, and the bots wouldn't really give us much anyway. Probably not. But we'll at least explore it. We'll see how much we could get for them. Okay, trade. Switch that over. Then add these two in again. Done. And then let's go to Sahis as well. Then trade. Like that. And then we'll do Rav as well. We don't really tend to use Rav as much because I don't find that his offers are that great anymore. But we might as well do it. Okay. What have we got so far? Basilbot with a counter for £8 there. That's actually not too bad. It's more than I expected. And then Sahis with an offer of £7.14. Yeah, the £8 is not bad at all, is it? Because we've got Frook up for £4. And then Christoph Lang we have up for, well, technically £8 there. I didn't expect to get £8. Of course, we're leaving money on the table, but I thought that we would be getting around £6 or something for him. Yeah, we're going to see what Satonio says now as well. Definitely. So we've got 7 from Sahis. We've got 8 from Basilbot. We'll compare them against Rav and Satonio in a second. This is probably Satonio, or it's Rav actually. Okay, see, that's kind of crappy. Look, £6.53 with a card that we really don't want. It's not even covered. Like, it's kind of shitty, really. Yeah, I think Sutonio, I feel like Sutonio takes a while. I don't know whether he has an automated bot or not. And if he does, then his bot is just a little bit slower. Maybe it does more calculations or whatnot. But I think for a while, Sutonio was not actually a bot. He was just like an actual trader. And then, of course, he started to move towards this this bot kind of system. But yeah, he was a human trader for a long time, which is, I think, another reason why we don't get the speed from him. Yeah, me too, Neil. I thought actually we'd be getting around 6 as well. So this isn't too bad at all. The £8. Yeah, it could be that as well, couldn't it? It could be a team. Yeah. I felt like Sutonio, did he not say that he had a bot though? The trade bot. So whether or not that's actually a bot, or whether he's just saying it's a trade bot because that's the thing now that attracts people to make an offer, isn't it? Like a lot of people that want to sell, if they know you have a bot, they're like, okay, it's a bot, let's get the offer out. Because the bot's really transformed the dynamic of like trading in the game, right? But maybe it's a bot by name, but maybe not by nature. As you say, FBL, it might just be that he has a team or a couple of people that respond almost like manually. Because you would have expected a bot to have returned something by now, you know, because it's just too slow. Like I am actually, before we make it, I mean, I don't really want to sell to the bots, but the £8 is really not too bad. But I want to kind of see what Sutonio is going to say first. Like ideally, we don't want to sell to the bots at all, but did anyone play Rivals as well this weekend? Did anybody actually do good on Rivals this weekend? Did anybody win anything good on Rivals at all? I'd like to say that I won something, but you guys know I don't play it. But I do like to hear how you guys are getting on in it. If anybody did have a good weekend on Rivals, then let us know in the chat if you can, please. They are, yeah. That's what was it, 7-0, wasn't it? For Colesborough. It was mental. Here we go. What's this here? Here we go. So we got the offer from Sutonio, and it's basically the same. It's £8.05. It's 2p more. Yeah, that's a good shout from Scuds, yeah. Yeah, we could do that. I think we will do that, Scuds, as well. It's a good shout, man. Because we've been slowly dropping the price a little bit. So we are still the lowest on the market for these two players here. But what we could do is we could try and trigger a response from the bot by doing like a big undercut. So right now we have it at 4. But what we could maybe do is try and sell Tony Frook for 3. And then maybe one of the bots would sweep him up. Like that. And then we could also do for, I mean, to be fair, this is probably going to change our offers, isn't it? So if we're doing this now, we might not be able to get the same offer. But I think it's worth a go. Yeah, because if we start doing this now, these offers could change or they could be retracted. But let's do it anyway. As I said, I don't really want to sell to a bot. Christoph Lang we have at 849, but for the new season card, if we dropped the new season card in here, then if we sold Christoph Lang for like £7, then that would still put us in a better position than selling to a bot. Let's do it. So if we drop the new season card in there like that, even if it doesn't trigger a bot to pick it up, there might be someone that just spots that's too cheap, and then they can just go and buy them. Because it is technically the new season card with 9.5% on it compared to all these other ones here. It's pretty good, actually. Yeah, we might do the £8, but I want to try and do that as a last resort. It was kind of interesting to see that they would give us that, but I don't just want to take that straight away. I don't think we're at the position right now where we need to take it, but it was more just trying to get an idea. I mean, I have to say it is good. It's not bad getting the £8 there. But if we could maybe sell both of the cards that we've got for sort of £9 or maybe closer to 10 for the two, then that will still massively benefit us though. Because look, we're selling now Brook for 3 and we're selling Lang for 7. So if we can sell both of those for 10, then that extra £2 is actually going to be, we're going to need it if we want to get these deals done on the auctions market for Tommy, Shaloi, Fontas and Leibold. We are going to need as much as we can, every penny. Have you already made the team, and which team did you end up being? We are in the process of making it. Pirek. We're in the process of making it, so we are going with a Sporting KZ stack because that's what the guys here in the chat voted for. And we've bought 2 classic cards of Alan Pulido and Tim Melia. And we're just in the process now of trying to win some auctions for the new in-season cards, which will then give us a full Sporting KZ stack for the MLS Special Weekly and then for the new format. And like, we don't need 4 in-season cards, of course, for the MLS Special Weekly. We only need 3. But we're also thinking beyond when the MLS Special Weekly finishes. And when the MLS Special Weekly finishes, we will want to have, and we will need to have 4 in-season cards so we can then compete for the in-season challenger competition in the new format to then try and win money. Because this is what it comes down to, guys, right? This is the whole reason we're basically doing the rebuild here, and we're rebuilding in a different way. We didn't need to do this. We could have just continued to play in under 23 with our team, even in a new format. But what you'll see, let's just bring it up again. What you'll see is that even if we would have done that, we would have just actually still been in the same rut. Let's bring it up. Okay, this is going to be all the new format, right? But the under 23 prize pool stays the same, doesn't it? It doesn't change at all. I think they even mentioned it, didn't they? That the under 23 remains unchanged. And so we would just still be competing in under 23. Look, here we go, look. Under 23 will remain unchanged during the transition phase. So, yeah, we'd just still be basically struggling to win anything. Now, you could argue that a lot of the under 23 players will get moved to some of the new format competitions, right? Which then might make the under 23 less competitive and a little bit easier to maybe get into the rewards. But at the same time, I also don't want us to be challenging for 60p rewards anymore when there's a new format that's opening up where we could be winning $5 as a minimum. And then with that $5, we can then go and use that and spread that around more. You know, we could buy 5 cards with $5 rather than winning a 60p card that's just one that then is just, we give that out to one person. It's like, great, you know? it's not that attractive. So yeah, that's why we were doing it. And that's why we're thinking about the long term, not just for this weekend. I'll match the £8 if you end up taking it. I really think you're underselling by at least 20% with that. Lang alone should go relatively quickly for £7. I think so, yeah. Which is then like selling Fruit for £1, yeah. I think, thank you, by the way, Scuds. I think what I want to do is I want to give the market time to see our price point now on these two cards that we've got up. Because I agree with you. I think that Christoph Lang at £7 for a new season card should technically sell like instantly. It hasn't, but technically that should sell immediately. And then Tony Fruck at £3. This is the cheapest on the market. Potentially we need to sell him, or we could sell him for less, but just want to try and maximize our time and our opportunity to sell. So I appreciate it, the £8 there, but I think we need to try and squeeze out close to 10 if we can. We're only down to £3.72 here right now in our balance, and we're going to need every penny because it's not like we're guaranteed to win these auctions at the moment. And we haven't even really put, look, the Tim Leibold, this is probably as high as we want to go. We know that there's another card on the market for 10. So at the moment we're trying to, is the current bid? Okay. So the current bid is, yeah, 972. I think someone's actually bought that other card now. So that's going to be a little bit shitty if we missed out on it. Yeah, we have. So someone bought the other card for 10. Okay. We probably should have done that. I mean, we didn't want to. We wanted to see if we could get the first owner bonus, right? But like now, if somebody was to outbid us here, then we don't get the first owner bonus, and then we're going to end up just paying more for a card on the secondary market, because then we won't be able to go to this here. And there is another, to be fair, there's another bid, right? Yeah, so I guess we could jump to this one. So it's not too much of an issue, but for some of the other cards that we've got offers out for, or not offers, but we've got bids for, like they're not super high. And there's probably going to be a few instances where we're going to need to bump up our offer. And we just, at the moment, we just don't actually have enough reserves here to guarantee that we could win these at the moment. That's basically what I'm saying. So that's why I'm not immediately selling for £8, even though I think it's appreciated from the bots and also for you guys, but it could be the difference where that extra £2 or £3 we can get out of these sales is going to make a difference for us winning those cards at auction. Do you think it's even worth it to go for those €100 plus in-season MLS cards? I think it depends on what level you think you can compete at. If you buy like a €100 in-season MLS card and you stick that €100 MLS card into a team full of like £10, £20 type players, then it's probably not going to be a good balanced team to help you then win or get a good return. But if you buy a couple of those 100, let's say you buy 5 like €100 in-season cards, then for €500 got to say you'd probably be expecting to get a good return from there and probably get your money back. The difficulty with the MLS in season, and this is something that everybody needs to remember, is like with the Premier League in season, the Premier League, even the Premier League Winter Special, the Premier League Winter Special happened over 10 game weeks, right? And then after that, the Premier League Winter Special then turned into a Premier League in-season competition, which then gave you more chances to enter it. The MLS Special Weekly is only for 3 game weeks, right? And there's no guarantee that they continue it in the same kind of form as they've done with the Premier League. So you have to be careful here, which is another reason why, sure, we're building a team that can compete in the Special Weekly, but we're not building a team specifically and only for the Special Weekly. We're also building a team that will then be good after this finishes. And so that's why we're not spending huge amounts, and I probably wouldn't advise anyone to go and spend like crazy just for the special weekly, because if you go and spend like 500 euros, right, then you are still going to have a team for the rest of the season, fine. But if your intention is to try and do well in the special weekly, you don't have those many game weeks to try and get that return. So keep that in mind. Okay, I want to keep an eye on this one. This one is the most immediate card that is going to end. We've actually done it a little bit wrong, didn't we? With Tim, because what we should have done, we should have gone on this one. But the reason we didn't do this one was because it would have taken us to £10. But you know what? We could have done this one. And then if we had missed out on that one, we could have then jumped onto this one. But we kind of, for the sake of 12p, we can potentially miss out on this one and then miss out on that one. I mean, to be fair, there's still another card. So it's not like we're starved of Leopold cards here. Or Leibold cards, sorry. But that would have been the better way to do it, to go in on this one that was ending first. And then if we missed out on that, we could have immediately jumped onto this one. With Tommy, yeah, Tommy, we did do that. And we just need to double check now that we get it, we win it. And then if we do, then we're kind of halfway to doing the rebuild for this and also for the MLS Special Weekly, this one here. Yeah, I do the same actually, Scuds. Yeah, I'll often, especially when I'm active and I'm like, on the platform, I will regularly delist and relist again so that they are coming up fresh. Let's close some of this down as well, I think. We don't need Play Sharper for now. We probably don't need Sofa Score either, I don't think, at the moment. That's the team that we're going to build, hopefully. Yeah, and then Leopold we can come back to later. And then if we can get this this Tommy in the team, then what we can do is we can, well, we technically don't have anything to do really at the moment on Pooky, but what we're going to do again from tomorrow is you guys are going to have a chance to do my predictions for the MLS. And so I'll be opening up the Free Tip Scout Fund coupon. And if you get your predictions 100% correct, you will win a limited card from me. Clark's brilliant, by the way. There's nothing wrong with Steve Clark at all. Yeah, I hope we can get this done. Where's our lineup builder? Here we go. I mean, this wasn't really planned as well. I wasn't planning on doing this rebuild, but after this weekend with the under 23, just like massively missing out, and it just being so crazily high to win something in. And we've also just had a miserable time, a miserable return. It's time to start embracing the new format with the community team. We've won him, great. And we got him for 722 as well, which means that we get an additional £1 back. So now we're back up to 457 on that. So Tommy's in. Okay, and so then the next card that we're hoping to win is Shaloi in 5 hours' time, then Fontash straight after, and then later on tonight, hopefully Tim Leibold too. So great. We're getting there, guys. So let's go and throw... There we go. Eric Tommy in there. The new season card of Eric Tommy. Hello to Malv as well. How's it going, man? Beast 105, I got 400 points in La Liga, which got me nothing. It made me also think of having to change something. You got 400 points in what? The La Liga specialist? La Liga's difficult. La Liga's really difficult. And La Liga will continue to be difficult, I think, in the new format. You're going to need to have the best players for it. I don't think there's any doubt about that. In the Champions format now, like, you can't almost have average type of players for the new Champions tier. You could, sure you could, right? And you could probably scrape some okay rewards, but realistically, you're going to need to have some of the best players with huge collection bonuses on. It's really going to be the type of competition, I think, Champions, where, you know, it's going to be purely dominated by whales and just big galleries, really. So I think if anyone is actually competing in like a champion type tier and you don't have a lot of the best players from those champion leagues, then either get them or reconsider where you want to put your focus. Okay. So because at the moment we've picked up all the players that we can for now, we'll come back to here. Let me update the spreadsheet as well, so we know how much we've spent. That's quite important. So my auctions, we've just bought Tommy for £7.34. Okay, so Tommy, we bought him for £7.34. £7.34. And in ETH, that is 0.0026. Okay. Cool. Melia, we bought for 917, which was 0.0033. Then Polito, we bought for £5. Did we buy Polito for 550? I think we didn't buy Polito for 550 in the end. We bought him for more because we just didn't want to wait, did we? So where's that gone? Here we go. We put an offer for 550, but we committed on 694. Yeah, so I've got to update that. £6.94, then 0.0025. Okay. Let's kind of ignore Tim Leibold for now. So at the moment, we've bought Tim Melia, Eric Tommy, and Alan Polito. And in fiat terms, that has cost us £23.45. Now, we only sold our last under-23 team, excluding the two that we're still trying to sell. We only sold our last team for £30.70 total. So technically, we've only got about £7 left over, and we need to get an additional an additional 2 players, but probably an additional 3. So this is what I mean, guys, is like, we wouldn't have been able to do it with our budget from our under-23 team, right? Our original budget. I've had to put a little bit of extra money in. Well, not in. I've just had to dip into my own personal reserves to get it done. Which I did, as I said, I didn't want to do, but to get this team rebuilt, I'll do it. But that's also why I'm trying to make sure that I make as much as I can back, because that kind of personal reserve that I kind of had a plan in mind with it. And you guys know that I don't want to put any more money into the game either in Sorare. So I kind of need to try and say, like, keep as much as I can from the personal reserve. So, yeah. Basically, I'll let you guys know how we get on later on tonight with the auctions. If, in fact, actually, hold on a minute. Let's just tot it up if we were going to, where is it? My auctions. Let's just assume that, let's put the cost down here. So Fontas as well. So I can give you guys a bit of a rough idea how much it would cost us if we bought all of these cards for what we're winning them at right now. So Fontas at £11.57, which would be 0.0041. Okay, and then I've already added in Leibold. And then Shaloi, we currently have, hold on a minute. Is that correct? Yeah, so our max bid is £16.93, which is 0.0061. And I think also for Fontas, it was a little bit more. There we go. £12.70 was our max bid there. Let's update that to 12.70, which is 0.0046. Okay. Right. 1, 2, 3, 3, 6. Okay. So, guys, do you want to know how much the rebuild is going to cost us in total at the moment? So based on the players that we've already bought and based on the maximum bids that we have out for the cards that we haven't won yet, the total cost of this rebuild, as in how much we would have spent on the cards, is £62.96. And at the moment, the amount that we have actually sold our cards for from the last team was £30.70. So we've spent over double on this rebuild. As I say, I put an extra 30 quid or whatever of my own money into it. We still have not sold, of course, 2 players from the last rebuild, which are Christoph Lang and Tony Fruk. So if we can get about a tenner for them, then it means that at the moment we would have spent an additional £20 on top of the value of our last team to rebuild this for the rest of the year in the new format. Have I been undercut on the in-season Lang? It's nonsense, isn't it? I'm not going lower than that. Fuck that. I'm not doing it. Yeah, we have been undercut. This is already too low. And this is the problem that we see in the market, is that I already had it as the cheapest on the market and cheaper than what he's been selling for. Then we decided to really try and trigger a buy by dropping his price really low. And all that's done is that's just now almost triggered more managers to start undercutting even further. And this is the race to the bottom in Sorare, which makes the platform so frustrating, is because technically there should be enough demand in the game where people spot that type of price being dropped on a player like that, and they're like, fuck, I need to go and get that player, like, because he's so cheap right now. But what you have is that you have like managers that are dropping the price crazily, and then there's no interest at all because there's just not enough demand on the platform. And then you find then that then becomes the new norm, and then people are then dropping it even more. And it's just a cycle of undercutting and undercutting until the values are just wiped off, like not naturally, because we are almost artificially dropping his price down to force a sale. Whereas I don't actually think that he's worth this. I think he's worth a little bit more. Thank you, those Scuds, for letting us know. We're not going to drop it anymore. Because again, what will happen is we'll drop it, we'll undercut this, and then he'll undercut us. And then before we know it, Lang's down to like £4 and we still haven't sold him. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. So yeah, let's take a screen of this because this is going to be our new team, hopefully. Let's take a quick screen. Of what our new in-season team or our new community team is probably going to look like. Yeah. We're basically, yeah, the floor on an in-season card, and we're dropping the floor constantly and we're still not getting a bite. And it's not like we're trying to flog a dead horse here either, right? We're trying to sell someone that's actually pretty decent. In fact, look at this here. I was looking at it earlier and I was like, wow. I knew that Christoph Lang's been doing good, but look at his, look at that. That's a pretty nice kind of form. It's true, he doesn't actually tend to score more than 70 at the moment, but he's very consistent at giving you scores of 70 and 60. He can do it though, he has done it before. Just been great so far. Yeah, but that is the issue, isn't it, Scuds? If you have enough demand in the platform, then you will have enough people that will know about the Austrian Bundesliga as well, and they'll be knowledgeable enough to know that after the season ends or the regular season ends, right, that there's still more games and that actually he still has good utility. Yeah. Just so low. We're just so low in the number of people that are actively playing this right now. In fact, you know what? I'd be quite interested. Where can we find the information? Sorare used to like retweet whenever somebody looked at NFT games or blockchain or crypto games in the past, and Sorare used to be quite high up, and every now and then Sorare used to retweet it. But Sorare in recent times have been distancing themselves from Web3, and that's been evident in some of the things that the changes they've made in the game. I'd actually like to see how they're doing. Can we find some kind of a crypto games revenue or something? What site can we use to find how crypto games are performing? Anyone knows? Let me know. Okay, DApp Radar. That's one, isn't it? Top blockchain games. And what we want to do here is we actually want to see where Sorare is. And at the moment, I don't see them. We type them in. We should see them. They should come up. Okay, they don't come up. Okay, I'm a bit surprised that they should come up. Because all the chains, sorry, are... Why did they not come up? The Ultimate Champions comes up here. Or maybe it's because they don't have a token. But still, I mean, you would just expect that field to not be included. Interesting. Can we find a different website that maybe will show us the information we're looking for? Because what I'm kind of looking for here is I want to see how Sorare is doing in comparison to other kind of Web3 games out there. Maybe we look at this website here. All right, let's look for Sorare again. All right, so Sorare is coming up here now. Their rank is only 6,619. That's terrible. This can't be right, can it? Total value of current assets in the DApp smart contracts, $203. That's not right. This is over a day, to be fair. No way, that's not right. Two new users? That's not right. Amount of unique crypto wallets that are interacting with the DApp. I thought it used to turn up on DAP radar, but apparently not anymore. What's this here? This is the same, isn't it? This is what we were just looking at. Yeah, this is the same. If anyone knows a better website, then let me know and I'll check it out. But I actually thought that we could have found it on DAP radar. Coin market cap is okay, but the problem with this is that you're mainly looking at coins and tokens rather than, like, this is gaming tokens, and Sorare doesn't have a gaming token. So we could probably find Ultimate Champions on here. There we go, Ultimate Champions, but then we won't be able to find probably Sorare on here because they don't actually have a token. So it's not really a, look, it's not really a good site to compare. 2 new users is probably correct. Unpopular opinion, I think undercutting should be limited. Once you list a player for a certain amount, you then can't go lower than that for 3 days. That is an unpopular opinion, yeah. The reason why that wouldn't work is that, imagine if you, like, you need to have control of your listings. You need to be able to delist and change and adapt to what's going on in the market. So if you found that you listed a player for, say, I don't know, £2, and you just done an undercut, but then you couldn't undercut even further than in 3 days' time, then what happens when the value of the player goes down and you can't list him for any less, right? Because the game doesn't allow you to. You then wouldn't be able to sell him at all. So that's why that wouldn't work. Arsenal new season packs dropped in UC. Okay, that's worth checking out. Nice one, FBL. Let's have a little look at that. So we go into the auctions here. So they have, haven't they? Look, these are the new 23-24 cards of Arsenal here. Can we not bring the card up a bit more? I want to almost get a zoom in on the card. I felt like if we opened the card, we'd be able to, if we clicked on it, it would bring it up even bigger. I can't seem to bring it up, but the design's quite cool. What does it say there? Does it say what? Oh, it says licensed product. Okay. On the side. Yeah, Saka should be a forward. Yeah. You're right, he was a midfielder, but technically he's a forward, so it's good that they've changed his card now to that. Oh, what do we reckon these cards are going to go for? I mean, look, Odegaard's there. There's a Saka mythic there on Ultimate Champions, which is already at $474, which is a fair whack on Ultimate Champions, but could definitely go for a lot higher. A lot higher. There's only about an hour or so left. Have they done a bit of a marketing kind of thing on this as well, where they've announced it? I'm sure they have. Just wonder whether Arsenal have also sent a tweet out or something. So this is from 5 hours ago. That's pretty cool, actually. The Declan Rice unique there. I didn't see that, though. The Declan Rice unique isn't available yet, is he? No. They've just got Bellingham, Joe Bellingham. Okay. Have Arsenal tweeted about that as well? They should do, really, given that they have a partnership with them. But they haven't at the moment. Maybe they will. Just not on the same day. Oh, was it sold in the store? Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, good spot. Nice one. $9,000 in the store. And then there's a limited time Arsenal kickoff pack here, which will just give you the new common cards for them. So I think if you were new to the game and you don't have a collection score, then this will probably be quite a good pack to pick up. Just keep in mind, though, that it's a little bit weird when they drop the new season cards, right? Because they've dropped the new season cards for Arsenal. They've kind of dropped them at the end, towards the end of the season with like 10 games or so left. So it's a little bit weird how they do that. I think they need to improve that in the future, where these are kind of released closer to the start of the season. I think they'd probably be able to get more money for them as well, because there'd be more hype for them at the start of the season than there would be towards the back end. But cool, they're in there. Okay, don't forget that there are Pooky balls and there are sticker packs still to get on Pooky. No, I know it's not a thing on UC. That's not why I'm saying it, though. The reason I'm saying it is that imagine that I go and buy like the new Arsenal cards, right? I use them for 10 games and the season's over. Then I'm not using them for like 2.5 months or whatnot. And then I can use them again. It's just like, it's a bit broken. It's a bit staggered. And just for Ultimate Champions as well, there'd be a lot more hype for cards at the start of the season than there is towards the end of a season. Like, no one's really too interested in buying. There's not the same hype, is there, at buying new season cards at the end of the season. It's better if they can try and sell them at the start of the season, even if there's no season bonus, which I know. There'd be more demand. There'd be more interest in them, and they'd be able to sell them for more as well. Personally. Okay, so we have our rewards to claim on Pooky. I'll show you how I just won them on the weekend. We won them in game week 69. We won... Where's it gone? We won 3.17. POC. No, Matic and 176.84 in the German league. We finished 46th. And then not a single one of you was able to correctly guess a prediction in the USA League. But don't worry, you'll get another chance to take part in that tomorrow, where you'll then be able to win some limited cards from me in the week. We're going to claim these rewards right now. So we can upgrade them. Claim. We've got to create a little transaction on the blockchain, which is going to cost us 3p to do it, but that's okay because we have $7.45. So we're going to spend $3 or 3 cents, sorry, to then claim 3 Matic. Yeah, we need to see who won Beat the Base as well. I don't actually know. I haven't looked at it. We're going to look at that. So we're now up to 10.337 Matic, which is $10. That means that tomorrow we can buy another starter pack because they will release more packs tomorrow. So we'll be able to buy one because it only costs 9 Matic and we have 10.337. We've also got 1,416, POC tokens, which is great because we're now going to see whether we can... I think this is bugged. Like my sticker XP, I think is bugged for Brest, no? Oh, unless our Brest sticker is already maxed out. Ah, I know why it's bugged, because we don't have it anymore. Yeah, we've got XP on a sticker that we no longer have, that we gave away. That makes sense then. That's why we can't... but what happens here? This needs to go, no? It's going to be annoying if we just have this constantly here. I might need to talk to Pooky about that, because we don't have the Brest sticker, but we didn't sell it, but we transferred the Pooky sticker before we got the XP. So now the game doesn't know where to put the XP. It has nothing no place to send the XP to. Interesting. Okay. Our Leipzig sticker can be upgraded, so we're going to do that. Take it all the way up to, oh my God, level 15. Wow, that's a good bump up that. Okay, upgrade it. Okay, that's a good upgrade. That should at least give us an additional energy. It does. Look, we've now got 14. Okay, and then we go back to the stickers here. Unfortunately, we don't have enough XP to upgrade another Pokeball. We do have enough to upgrade our Stuttgart sticker though, so we're going to do that. Going to take that up to level 23. And what we're also going to do is we're going to use this time now to refill the pressure on a lot of our Pokeballs as well, so that they are good to go for the upcoming week. Okay, so our stickers are upgraded here. We have 4 that are ready to be ascended, but we don't actually have enough stickers to upgrade them. We do, but I'm kind of giving these stickers away. Cool. Okay, let's go and refill the ball. Refill the pressure on our balls here. So this is down to 78. We're going to refill that one up to 100. Do it. We've got more than enough POC to do it. Okay, that's refilled. This one's at 80%. So we need to refill that one. Free to Scout, you know, I finally got caught out by Nil. No, suspension flag. He was actually, Neon suspension flag. He was actually suspended this game week and I ignored the flag. This is what I need to fix it, because you never know if he is actually suspended. The game doesn't actually tell you. It actually tricks you. What is going on with that? Like, why is it like that? Like, have they actually said, have they come out and said that there is a known bug that they can't fix, or like, what's the issue? Because it's been like that for months now, not just for Luke, but for loads of players on the platform. It just seems like they obviously know about it. So why hasn't it been fixed? Like, can they not fix it? I'm sure they can fix it. So it begs the question, why has it not been fixed? Okay. Yeah, it's so random. It's so bizarre. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to get our new energy to then predict in the USA League and the Euros. We can afford to do both, so I think we will. I'm going to spend the 10 here on this one here. I'm going to do 1-1 between Wales and Finland, and I'm going to use this ball here because this is a ball that has the Welsh sticker on it. And it also has 1-1, which is perfect. So nice and easy, that one. And then when I get my new energy tomorrow, I'm going to spend I'm going to spend 50 of the 242. I'm going to spend 50 to complete the predictions in here. And then what we're going to do is we're then going to spend 130, which means that 13 of you this week have a chance to win a limited card. If you redeem the coupon, because there is now a new coupon on the channel, which if you redeem it, allows you to predict one of my games live on the stream on Pooky. And then if you get it 100% correct, you will win a limited card from the collection, which is constantly growing in the giveaways list here. So we have quite a few limited cards in here, and you guys will be able to choose which ones you want to win. They say the game is in beta. Right, who won the Pooky beat the base as well? So the winner of the Pooky Beat the Base last week was... What's the coupon? You can check it out, FBL. If you click on the little potato icon, you'll be able to see it. Where's it gone? The Italian League. Here we go. Okay, rivals, and then the base leaderboard. The winner was Matos. Matos wins with 747.2. Look at you, Arthur. Arthur, you came third. You came third with 686.7. A valiant effort. A valiant effort. Ligma came fifth with 647. Estonian Weirdos in there as well. Neighbours in there. Very high scoring, quite competitive game week for the Beat the Base. But the winner is Matos, who I think actually is, yeah, he works for Pooky, but he's won. So I will let him know and see whether he wants to accept it or whether he wants to give it back out to the community. It is throw your hat, yeah. Throw your hat into it. What is everybody doing this weekend? Not this weekend. This week on Pooky. What's the plan? Because there's only 3. You might have noticed it. There's only 3. There's 3 match days. So there's a huge amount of prestige in the Euro one here. 11,000. There's a lot already in the Argentinian league, but this is largely finished now. Look, there's only a couple of games left. So if you've not already predicted in this, then you've kind of missed out. So I think most people will probably be going into this one. There's only 6 games, which means that even if you're new on Pooky today, you will still have enough energy to predict in this one, and you have the chance to win a huge amount in your first game week, because this will give a lot of rewards here this week. 7,800 distributed between 3. A lot will be bought in this one. Yeah, Euros is the way to go. Probably these two are going to be very competitive, Euros and the USA League. Right. We've been going at 200 miles an hour for the last 4 hours. So I think for the last half an hour, I want to try and chill it out a little bit more. I'm going to open up Timo Pooky. I'm not going to open up Go Shopping because we're probably going to need all the money we can for the rebuild. We'll open up Find a Player, pick my lineup. We won't open up the Throw Your Hat in the Ring until tomorrow. Put your game week glasses on. We're not doing Build It Like Barca with half an hour left. We could do a giveaway though. And yeah, that's okay. Do we still have those offers available? Probably not, no. We do. We've still got the offers available from... Wow, from Satonio. Can't believe that we're struggling to sell this guy. And Tony Frook as well, who's an absolute legend. Scoring is ridiculous and we're kind of struggling. Yeah, I know, Scuds. I was looking at that myself on the weekend. It was always going to happen, right? Because after each weekend, his price is going to go down because he has less and less games, right? But yeah, I mean, at what point do we say that this is getting a bit silly now in res? Because I already thought £45 was too silly. Like, where is the bottom? It is a little bit scary. It'd probably be ending up, well, certainly if they get relegated, I'd imagine Eli Room. There'll be so many managers out there that will just think Eli Room is playing for a team that's got relegated. I want out, and then it will just drive his price down to probably like a £5 or something. And then that £45 that I thought was a bargain is then going to look very expensive, isn't it? But yeah, I was looking at him on the weekend, and I was like, wow, it's really cool. But also FBL Thinker, is FBL Thinker still in here? FBL Thinker, you probably recognize this card because it was a card that you owned. Look, this was your Lionel Carroll that I now own. It's been passed around everywhere, this Lionel Carroll. He's finally with us now. What we want to do here is we want to create a new list, actually. The new community team. Okay, and we want to throw in, it's fine. I hate this. This is awful, isn't it? This functionality in this game is awful for the list here. Like, this is still as bad as it was 6 months ago. There's not even a way for me to sort this by my most recent purchases, right? My most recent cards that have come into the game. If we could do that, then I could just easily select the players that have just come in. But there isn't. Of course there isn't. So it is so lazy. I know that Sorare have had more, a lot more things on their plate, but they've dropped this in the game and it's been shit from the start and it's still shit. And I can't believe that there is not a team in the game or a handful of people in the game that are responsible for this alone, like this one area alone. Because if there are people that are responsible for this, then what the fuck are they doing? Look, it's not even able to load more defenders in. Oh. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. There's Tim Melia, so at least we can pick him. The other player that we needed was Tommy. There's Tommy there. And then the other player we needed was Polido, so he's there too. But it's just mental that, look, just trying to, it can't load in the extra midfielders here. Like, why? Like, I've got more midfielders in this. It's not able to load in more. It's just a joke. It's like another one of those features or kind of in-game mechanics that's just been dumped in the game and completely abandoned. Like, nobody is looking after this. You can tell nobody's looking after it. There's no filters in here. There's no way to sort through this at all. You can't even say, I don't want to see my rare cards. I just want to see the limited cards. There's no search functionality. Just a pile of shit. Honestly, so annoying. We've added in who we need to at the moment, but stuff like this winds me up because I know that Sorare's better than this. Like, that's an amateur thing, you know what I mean? That's the sort of thing that you'd expect a team of like 2 people to do, you know, because they don't have the resources or the time to do it. We're talking about a company here that was worth billions a few years back. Don't know how much it's worth today. There's been billions invested in it or hundreds of millions invested in it. They've got loads of clever people. They've got loads more people in the team. And yet they release stuff like this and it's just absolutely awful. It's like a student done it on a £5 budget. When we get more of our players in, like Shaloy, and when we get the likes of Fontas and also Leibold, we'll add them into the new community team. And then Yeah, we'll be able to show you guys. I know I got out of him as he was getting rotated to a player. What did you buy Slovic for? I bought Slovic for probably about 120, 130, something like that. It was like a mix of cash and cards, so it wasn't like pure cash value, but I think the value of it was around 130, something like that, off my memory. Mad to me, my total rare roster cost 256. With the right picks this weekend, I had a rare team that could have scored over 450 points. Oh my God. That would have been insane for you, Scuds. Yeah. I looked at my team and I didn't have a team that could have really given me in rare. Shit. My value of my roster is actually dropping quite a lot. I guess we've been selling players as well. But yeah, I was looking at like some of my best performing players, and look, Reese Burger having limited, Porteous in limited, Taskran having limited. My highest scoring rare player was actually Michael Hoyos with 69.6, which, as we know, is not even that high. And my highest scoring rare player of Hoyos was actually a sub player as well, I think. Didn't he come off the bench in this game? Yeah, look. My highest scoring rare player this weekend was a sub player. That says it all, doesn't it? Yeah. Despite his performances, Slovic Price is not doing well, but we kind of expect that Slovic's price is going to be coming down because he has less and less games, right? So that's kind of a norm on Sorare, where the less games they have, because these are utility-focused items, right? Most of their value revolves around utility. The less utility they have, the less they are worth. And so I know that there's people that are probably have him that are wanting to sell out of him so they can put that money towards the new format. But yeah, his performances and his scoring is amazing at the moment. He is the 15th best goalkeeper in Sorare data and the 240th best player overall. So he's doing everything he can, which is what he should be doing. His performances are good, even here. This is a good score, actually. But yeah, his price is going to continue to come down. Like Ken came off the bench at halftime, managed to get a score of 90 with an AA of 30.5. No way. I didn't see that. That's incredibly good, Ken, because he has been a bit part player so far this season because of his age. They've dropped him to the bench, but wow. He's basically given them a message to say, you should start playing me, as in start me, because he's so good, Ken. He's probably not the type of player that's very suited as much anymore to the new format. He used to be like a couple of years ago when he was a little bit younger, when he was like 32, 33, but he's still so good because of his AA and his attacking returns. It's so good to see him do that when he comes off the bench there. Guys, don't forget on Pooky that you need to add me as a rival as well. We need to decide on the new Beat the Base this weekend, don't we? Guys, where do you want to do Beat the Base this week? We can't do Japan. There's no Japanese league. You picked him up in rare for 89p. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about him in the new format either. How was he 89p? Does that not worry you though a little bit, Scuds? Because I get a little bit worried when I see that. I mean, it's great when you can pick up those types of players, right? But what the hell is that type of player doing at 89p in rare? I mean, like, I'd expect that in limited, but rare? It worries me that he gets so cheap like that. But fair play to you. You picked up an absolute bargain. You can't go wrong. with him now. Like, as in, you can't lose money on him. And it's not always about money, but you know what I mean? Like, you can't go wrong with him. Even if he hit you like a really average score, it's a really good average score for an 89p rare player. So far, we've got a lot of love for the Euros. We've only got a little bit of love for the USA from Scuds here. Questions for the whole chat. So, yeah, don't be shy. I don't think we'll do a poll. I just want to get a general feel in the chat. At the moment, we've only had a handful of people that have said their preference, but let's get a few more in here saying what they want to do. Keep saying to people now, my number one rule is manage your risk. Absolutely true. I still believe in the platform, but I can see it booming or bust in a year. Yeah. Like, this year is the single most important year for Sorare in its entire history. Because if we have another year like we had last year, I think the game is going to be done for. But I hope it isn't, because I think they have enough with the licenses, with the products, with the people behind the products. But you have to say, when you see the prices of things so low, and you also don't see a huge pickup in the people coming to the platform, not to the levels that we were hoping, and you see things like, they just do things so shoddily, so rushed at times, like it's unfinished, some of the stuff they do in the game. All of that combined just doesn't really bode well or give me loads of confidence that in a year's time, the game will be thriving, but hopefully it will. But it all depends on this year, big time. Okay, so you guys have said the Euros. I think we'll just pick the Euros then. Euro 2024 qualifiers. This is the league that you need to predict in if you want to beat the base with me. So make sure you add me as a rival, and you also make your predictions in this league here. Game week 70, Euro 24. There's only 6 games to predict, and if you get the highest base score, you will win. We haven't decided on a sticker, have we? Let's decide that now. You will win. I tell you what. I don't want to give away the Gladback or the Met sticker right now, but what we will do tomorrow is we will buy a new sticker pack. We'll buy a starter pack tomorrow, and then whatever we get from that, we'll then give it away. Okay, so that kind of makes it exciting, because we could actually pull some phenomenal stickers in there, and then we have to give one of those away. So watch this space on what sticker you can win. Yeah, I agree with you on that as well, Scuds, by the way. There's no packs tomorrow. Why? Why is that? Oh, okay. As long as the higher ones not sell, there will not be smaller ones. Oh, I'm with you. Okay. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? Because they want to sell these ones, and if they didn't sell these ones every week, but they just sold these ones, it's no good for them. So, okay. So basically, until some of these higher ones sell. Interesting. Okay. So in that case, then, thank you for that as well, Mark. What we need to do is we need to give a sticker out then. We'll give away the Met sticker. Yeah, we'll give away the Met sticker, guys. This one here to win. There's only 6 games, so it's a nice, easy one. Yeah. All right. We're going to do a raid. Let's go and raid. Let's go and raid this guy here. So if you join the raid, you will earn more free Tit Scout Fund coupons, which then means that you can redeem the benefits on the channel, such as giveaways and throw your hat in the ring. So yeah, we're going to end the stream now. We're going to jump into a new channel. So jump in with me. And yeah, thank you so much for the support today. A little bit quiet today from some parts, but it's also nice to see some of you guys being quite active in the chat too. So we'll be back again tomorrow at 12 p.m. UK time. I'll also let you guys know how we're doing with the rebuild tonight. Hopefully we can get the rebuild sorted tonight. So guys, thank you so much for the support today. Thank you for all your time, especially for the follows and the subs as well. And of course, your involvement in the chat. And I'll catch you all in this stream for a little bit. And then back here, usual time, 12 p.m. UK time here on Twitch and on YouTube. So, see you then.